Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, October the 26th, the last week before the election. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Okay, thanks for that, LRN. Okay. Pre-market, yeah, it doesn't look like there any pre-market action. Okay, so first of all, a couple things. The trade of the week. Trade of the week is PRTS. PRTS. Trade of the week is PRTS. Now it's considered. Now I know the price is already over it, but price is considered live at 1365. The stop is the rising 20 SMA on the daily chart. And so that is this week's trade of the week. Let's see if it pulls back at all. Market is very weak to start, so I'm not in any hurry if I'm going to take this trade of the week to necessarily pile into it. But the market, so because the market is very weak right now, you have to see what happens once the market opens. All right, let's take a look at some of the other things happening. SAP, SAP. We have a few earnings plays to talk about. SAP, a little more expensive one, down 21% on earnings. JMIA. Well, it's up. Citron's put a $100 price target on it. DSS. Is it still up? I don't see any specific reason for this one. Where are you out of? Make sure. Okay, so I don't have no headline on this. Why this is up? Must have done something Friday afternoon though, because it popped Friday afternoon, and it's kind of maintaining very low float. LLIT. This is also gapped up. At least I do see some news on this. They're merging, I think, with a private company called Newegg. So they're merging. Another low float, 14 million in the float. BSGM. Hopefully nobody had this one. BSGM. BSGM gap down on halts its phase 2. It's a virus play, and it has halted its phase 2 study. Well, that's not good news. Grill. Could not see any news on this one. Grill. G-R-I-L. Oh, not frill, but grill. I didn't see any news on it, but it had gapped up, but it's pulling back. 305, it's right back down to 2. And the reason I looked at it at all, look at the volume, 7.8 million. It's almost already traded the float. New locations, okay. Chelsea, as in Boston area. MVIS. New York City, okay. Oh, Chelsea, of course. I was thinking another. MVIS, what has happened here? And a little gap up. I don't see any new. They announced third quarter. Looks like they actually. We have October 29th post-market. It looks like they may have. No, I'm right. To announce third quarter. Okay, I don't know if that's the reason why this one is up. We already know that they're going to announce, but anyway, MVIS, a little bit of a gap up. YVR. YVR is up and through the 200-day moving average. Group says completed emulation of 4 retro video games. All right, there's the big news for YVR. Another low float, 7.6 million in the float. Vancouver company. Sand, SND, Sand, Smart Sand, SND is up, big volume, 1.3 million shares already, up 20%. However, I mean, it did get up to $2, over a little over $2 after hours on Friday. Announces timing of third quarter. I don't know why this is such news event, but anyway. So there must be more. I mean, it just can't be you put a PR saying we're going to announce our earnings November 9th. Anyway, big pop up after hours, but it's pulling back now. One of our favorites here, JKS, is definitely on the slide now after what a run. What a run JKS had. But it is definitely sliding now. And GOVX was just popping in as I was set to open the room. Announces a license agreement with, so this is a virus play. Okay, this is a virus play, and I'm sorry, GOVX. Low float, yeah, 3.5 million in the float. Boy, what a gap, guys. I mean, if this ever really gets going, you can see right there, 383, I believe is the high. 380 is the high right there. Now, it broke way above that, but it has pulled back. If it can get above that area again, I mean, look at the gap. Look at the void. Well, there's no question that Citron is so bullish on JMIA. $100 price target now. Maybe not fair to call that a price target. They're suggesting, where was the news now? I don't see the news now on it. It's disappeared. But definitely it's a Citron. This is a Citron play, if you know anything. But Citron, typically they're big short sellers. But in this particular case, they're very bullish on JMIA. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean, Torps. Normally they are. But every now and then, I think they actually started talking about it right here. One for 2,000. Well, thing is, with a 1 for 2,000, like when we see this, I mean, people who see this for the first time, they don't know. They don't care about a 1 for 2,000 whenever it was in January. Now, anybody who was stuck in it, of course, is infuriated. But in XPA, I just want to take a look at XPA. XPA did have a little pop. I don't trust this one at all. Yeah, I mean, look at the pop. XPA up to 230, back down to $2, so it's almost flat. I know they had some news, expansion of their testing services, etc., but I just don't trust it. So flat out, just to tell you, there's the 200-day. What did it get to? Didn't get to the 200-day. And the cruisers are down. NCLH, sure the airlines are down. NCLH, CCL. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Well, in keeping with the theme that's been with us for, it seems like a couple of months now, at least a month, many more upgrades and downgrades this morning. Do they know that we don't? Just a few more to go of the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. Okay, they're not as many. I see the big solar play. First Solar, the downgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, guys, the trade of the week is advancing ahead of the market being opened. There's not very much volume. So the trade of the week is considered live at 1365. I know it's over the price now. So please do not ask me, should I be buying this now, Barry? It's up to you. I mean, any shorts for LIT? Let me just do a quick check. And the answer is yes. There are shorts, at least at Interactive Brokers, there are shorts available. Actually, a lot, 234,000 shares. It's going to be a very, very interesting week in the markets. As you see how the market is going to be chopping up, and maybe, I mean, I don't know, but well, with the election finally next Tuesday. Now, also, guys, I have now, you don't have to do the same thing, but I have now put the time at 5 minutes after the market open. I just want to see the types of alerts we're getting. All right. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I'm doing with my watch list up and down. So you can leave it at 15. You can change it to whatever you want. Again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, then Channel Bar, and then my watch list right there, Barry's watch list. Same symbol list. I'm going to keep it probably the same now, but same symbol list. You don't make any changes if you saved them before and you've added them to your layout. But remember, as always, I always have to say this, if you load anything, click on anything from the channel bar. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And finally, it seems like I've been asking this for months. Now, this is not available for you guys yet, but I'm pretty sure, we have the test drive starting on November the 9th. And what I should do also is just put that link in just before the market opens. We're at 9:19 right now. So I do want to put the test drive link in. How do you change the time? I have a question. How do you change the time? So if you go to Tools, Options, and then Time Options. So Tools, Options, and then Time Options, and now you can change your time. Even though I'm on the West Coast, I keep I find it way easier. I keep my computer time on East Coast time, and also, of course, Trade Ideas East Coast time. So the test drive, let me just talk a little bit about the test drive. So the test drive will start on November the 9th. So We don't still have the sign up form yet, but if you click on that link, the next test drive sign up, you'll get the email which will outline exactly how to sign up for it. And say it will start on November the 9th. It'll run to November 20th, which is 2 trading weeks. It'll cost you $8.99. And it's a great opportunity for those of you wanting to see what Trade Ideas is all about. You'll have access to our full premium service. Oh, Godson, are you talking about in my watch list? You're talking about in here, my watch list? You don't have to, okay? This is what I'm doing, but if you right click, so again, are you talking about in my watch list? Okay, so if you right click, configure, you click on summary, and then you see where it says stocks where the alert occurred at least, well, what it'll say for you 15 minutes. So I changed it to 5, time of day. Just go to the time of day, and I changed it to 5. You don't have to, but and I change it for both of them, for the up and the down. So again, right click, configure, summary, and then just click on that icon. Again, you don't have to. Now, also with the market starting off very weak, and we make it a rally, of course, but I'm not sure what sort of alerts we're going to get on the long side. All right. Okay, I have my pre-market open, save from your channel. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Nothing is, the only thing from my channel is here. Nothing is in here. Pre-market, I don't know why. First of all, it depends on how you're sorting it. Okay, I've sorted it. You can sort on different columns. I was sorting on a different column now. Okay, so now I've sorted on. That's the beauty of the channel of this top list. I will sort on different columns. Yeah, I mean the obvious one to start is here. Intel Designer, I have no idea why they're just starting at 9 a.m. for you. Mine. I mean, mine definitely starts at 6:45. So I have no idea. Unless you have changed some filter but it doesn't. It makes no sense to me. I don't know how I can help you. Yeah, that is bizarre. I mean, if you haven't changed anything and you were getting data at 6:45, like I am. I mean, officially we start our data at 7 o'clock, but I know that the top list starts to populate around 6:45. Our charts, you probably don't get anything until 7 o'clock. But I don't know how to help you. I mean, that's over my. Yeah, I just don't know how to help you. All right, just kind of watching. CYCC also popped in earlier. Has it? Yeah, another one, guys. I mean, this is a pattern. 490 hits CYCC, low float, and then is come all the way back down to 4. Pretty good volume. It's again a low float. CYCC presents phase 1 clinical data showing. It's always teasing me that's where the headline ends for me. So I mean they have some. It's not a virus play. So, but it is only phase 1. All right, I am going to just drop these two out. No, this is what I was going to say. So you see in my toolbar, not available for you guys yet. I'm almost 100% sure, certainly by the time the test drive. Instead of now, you're having to search to see where the simulator is. You just have to click on it. And you'll notice it is connected. If you want to trade live, then you would, if you have an Interactive Brokers account. So instead of, remember I used to have to say, go click on new, Brokerage Plus, all that. We've, as I called it, we were burying the lead. I mean, one of the things we're, I don't know if the right term is proud of, but we really suggest people use is our simulator. So we kind of had buried it, but it's right now front and center. Yeah, for Brokerage Plus will work. It's a limit order. It's a limit order, only limit orders, like all other brokerage platforms. Okay, you cannot go in a market order. Well, it depends what you mean by short sale, a short sale restriction. Okay, if you're talking about literally within your own broker telling you that it's not shortable, there's no way. You have to just check it's broker by broker. If you're talking about the uptick rule, I mean, then that's sort of that's somewhat obvious. If the stock is down 10%, then the uptick rule is in effect. I don't know if you're calling that the short sale restriction. It's just a little harder to get a short. And also if the stock was down 10% the day before, the same thing. But if you're talking about just the availability of shorts in general, there's no way. I mean, you have to, every broker will be different. I might have shorts whereas you don't, or vice versa. So for instance, somebody asked me, are there shorts available with LLIT? All I can say is, in fact, you know what? Now they're not. So people snapped them up. There were 234,000 shares available. So the shorts have piled in. Now they're not available at Interactive Brokers, as an example. But you're right. What was I supposed to? LLIT. Oh, did I? Ah. Oh, you're right. You're right. I did look up LIT because, okay, so maybe LLIT even earlier there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Sorry about that. It's early. For me, anyway. 30 seconds? Yes, 30 seconds to the market open. Well, who knows, guys, what a week this could be. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things kind of settle down. And we're open. We're open for business. Okay, there's GOVX. Depends what you mean by a live chart data stream. You know, we do have a 8 to 10 second refresh rate on our charts. When you click on a real-time alert, it is real time. But if you kept it on here, it'll take maybe 10 seconds, 8 to 10 seconds to refresh. I'm going to go through this all the time. Is it a big deal to me? Absolutely not. I thought it was going to be, and I found out it really made no difference. This GOVX is not shortable for me. And we have a halt. GOVX just got halted, and it got halted on the way down. Muscle Maker is on the move here. Look at the volume that came in right here. So it has traded the float already, 8.9 million. The float is 8.5. So it is on its way to trading the float in a big way today. You know, it's up 50%, but remember, this was up at $3 earlier this morning, and it has pulled back. JMIA is, what's the pre-market high was around 1975. This is a real, you know, to try to intraday trade JMIA, I found it very, very difficult. But as a longer term, I mean, you know, we're talking about this way back here as a potential swing. You know, it still had its, you know, choppy days, but certainly from $10, it's been a wonderful swing. Oh my goodness, I was just watching PRTS. Now, this may be the Steve effect, okay? The Trade of the Week effect. You know, we had two very successful ones the last 2 weeks, PBI and NIO. So people might be hopping onto this immediately. I don't know. But remember, the trade of the week is meant for as a swing trade, longer term trade. Now here's the area. I mean, it's about $1 away to what I would consider some pretty decent resistance. So for some reason I had this one. Oops. Ozark, that was from last, come on. I had Ozark. Yeah, Codex is a virus play. Coming into that 200-day, I mean, another one just coming into that 200-day moving average, CODX. And by the way, high real. Now, what's the market doing? So the market's putting a little bit of a rally off the lows of the pre-market. All right. Well, Mavis actually surprised me a little bit. It has bounced off that area. It's not a low float. MVIS is not a low float. Okay, guys. So 9:35. So as I say, I gotta change. Make sure I change it in both. Yeah. All right. So I might start getting some alerts. Again, if you won't, if you haven't changed it, you don't have to. I keep saying this. You don't have to. I'm sort of experimenting a bit. And we have another. Okay, so GOVX halted, and now it is open. And the LLIT also got halted on the way down. All right, SCLB. I know somebody was talking about this through the 200-day moving average. It had some action in the pre-market. It looks like insider buying. Maybe that's the reason for this pop for SCLB. All right, so here is a potential short 10-30. Boy, this has been, look how weak this SPAC has been for the last 2 weeks, week and a half, from 15 down to 10. Okay, that's it. That's kind of what I saw as a headline. Thank you, Don. Are you asking what the float means, KK? Oh, you want to know what the float is. Okay. We have 72 million. All right, now there's DSS. Been a little choppy in the pre-market. Did get up to 687. Be a little wary about going long quite yet. I mean, the market's down. Look, I mean, market's down big. Of course, this could turn into my favorite day. Big gap down in the market and a recovery. Why? That means a lot of bounce buys, especially for noted stocks. Ones that are, again, just beaten up because of the overall market can start to bounce. Look at Sono. Man, Sono doesn't care. This is an alpha stock today for sure. Look at Sono. It just started for me. It just started, just as you said that, loading the charts. Let me just see. Sometimes it's just, all you have to do is just do a reset. I didn't do a reset, but let's see if that might be just momentary. I haven't had an issue with charts for a long time. Months. Okay. Seems to be okay. In what way? Well, I mean, it could, it could chop up and down. Ooh, give me a moment here. I forgot to do something pre-market. Just give me a moment here. I forgot to load something. Give me a moment here, guys. Sorry, I forgot to load something where I started here. All right, all good. All right, BSGM, trying to come back. So negative results, or they halted a study, I think a phase 2 study. It's a virus play, trying to crawl back here. Interesting. Low float, low float, 23 million in the float. Certainly not a big float. Yeah, so here as an example, so the fact, remember, this would not have triggered, you guys won't have a trigger on DS, well, you won't have any triggers here. GOVX, though, looks like it wants to move, well, I don't know. You know what, I'm just reluctant to go long anything right now, even if it looks like kind of an alpha stock. All right, so interesting action for the trade of the week, PRTS. Again, maybe with the market being down, I wouldn't be rushing into this one. And look at JMIA. I mean, I'm just going to stay away from it unless I take a little bit of a few shares and hold on and see if the Citron recommendation pans out over the next few weeks. But certainly, as an intraday trader, I'm just shying away from it. All right, so this company is in the news a lot. Electric vehicle, trucks, big truck. This was, of course, a SPAC, which now the new symbol has not done well at all. I mean, did it get up to 45? I mean, man, it's been cutting more than half. When you say, do I also alert now for the trade of the week? Well, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, the trade of the week is out, and you mean do I did send it out in my Twitter feed, but other than that, I don't quite know what you mean. Trade of the week, I mean, it's up to the individual to figure out when they want to take it, if they want to take it. No. Well, unless it had a big gap up or something in the pre-market. All right, so look at this one, Grill. I mean, this is not these high flyers not holding so far. Most of them. Yeah, it's the same symbol list. Now this is your alpha stock of the day for sure. And you know what? It's a big float through the 200-day moving average, SELB. I talked about this one last week, I remember. But it is a big float, 72 million in the float. Now, guys, I am I'm going to be testing the AI 2.0 all week and seeing what sort of alerts we get from it and see if it's good enough so that we can actually use it during the test drive. It's totally up to you, Jimmy. I mean, I can't, you know enough how I look at these, look at the charts. I mean, I look here at the weekly chart. 4 could be, if it can get through 513 or so, I mean, it's got a lot of room, but it's totally up to you. I mean, anything is swingable, right? So you have to look at your higher time frames and where do you think resistance could be? Now look at Norwegian NCLH cruising down here like it's a high in the pre-market for this SG. I mean, look at the room this one's got. It is a virus play. But keep an eye on the market, guys. I mean, there's a red bar now. I mean, it looked like a bit of a rally, the first 15-minute chart or candle, but now it's just sort of flattening out, trying to figure out direction. Yeah, I think if the market had been a little bit better, I think maybe this GOVX. I mean, look at the room it's got. I know it was a 1 for 2,000. Somebody said a 1 for 2,000 reverse split. So I mean, this is divide that by 2,000. Was it really 1 for 2,000? I mean, that's a big ratio. In January, wow, that's one of the bigger ones in terms of a ratio. Another halt. What halted? NNDR, one of our Ooh, on the way down. NNDM just halted on the way down. All right, prices of $50 million. So this is actually on news. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like it, is that right? It resumed. No, I'm confused. I'm looking at the headline and it says that it looks like it's going to start trading again at 9:50. Not the stock price, but the time. But we have it that it just well, this is why I'm confused. It is 9:50, guys. I got my head on here. It is 9:50, so that's why. So it started trading again. $50 million financing. Not shortable, also at Interactive Brokers, SCLB, not shortable. Well, guys, I'm kind of watching this GOVX to see if it can just kind of maintain this area and pop. Just to see. I mean, it is still holding. Very low float. Lots of volume, 10 million. So it's traded the float almost 3 times now. No idea, Sam. I have no idea if it's going to come back. And nobody can possibly know. You know, it might. Had some news, but I mean, it's obviously, it's weak now and hit 3, down to 2. And it's starting to fade. Could it come back? Of course, but I have no idea. You know? Sounds like you're in it and you're hoping it comes back. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that the case? Okay, good. Good only in that, you know, we talk about having a stop all the time. So if you were in up here, you have to have been stopped out. ANAB, ANAB. Wow, remember you guys, I'm sure you remember my talking about this as a potential swing over 25. And now I know what Real's talking about on, you know, right now or today, perhaps shorting a top. But I mean, just look at the room this has. Now, I was talking about this right around here, this area here. If we take out 25, now I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but the next high looking left is 39-ish. Yeah, so GOVX is a no-go. So as I said earlier, you know, any longs coming in here would be suspect unless the market really puts in a big rally. Even though these are in theory alpha trades or alpha stocks, kind of trading on their own, but So I'm going to, what I will do with the GovX is put an alert right around here, around 425, see if it takes that out later on. All right, so that YVR was another non-starter, another pre-market flyer, but just giving it up. Yeah, no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, for GOVX, but you're right. I think I'll probably put this back to 15 minutes for the balance of the week. Just, I mean, the reason why I have it at 15 minutes is to try to take a little bit of the chop out. But I think this week is probably not a good week to put it at 5 minutes. And another halt. Yeah, so GOVX halted on the way down now. All right, so the trade of the week had the initial big flurry. Got all the way up to 436. It has pulled back, so it's starting to settle down now. And the trigger is, what is it, 1365. So it's a little bit above the trigger price. I would not be necessarily in any, anxious. I wouldn't be anxious to get into it right now, not unless the market rallies a little bit. That's my opinion, of course. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're right. I mean, look, if the SPY rallies, for the balance of the day, or at least an hour, give us an hour, a bit of a trend. Yeah, we might see some nice bounces. Well, this is definitely your alpha stock. One of them anyway. I'm sure there are others, but look, it's SELB has not cared really what the market has done. It's interesting with a fairly big float also. No, well, it might be nosebleed, but it is really moving. So this is a virus play, CODX. Now you would think now when we first looked at it, it was challenging that 200-day moving average, 1321, but challenge was met and it was vanquished. Look at this. Just left that 200-day behind. Well, I'll tell you what. I've done it two ways here. You can subscribe to my Twitter feed. I put it out there. And I also put it in the up here. Okay, I posted the alert right there. Trade of the week, right there. When you say you don't get it, why are you not getting it? Yeah, the 10 o'clock report for new home sales. Yes, home builders. Look at Nail. Look at Nail, guys. Here's another ETF. Okay, I want you to go at your leisure to our homepage and just start a live chat. Okay, when you have time, and just give them your email address that you're using, and they'll probably take a look at your account. But there's not much more I can do, Kaiser. I mean, I posted it up here. I've talked about it, and if you subscribe to my Twitter feed, I post it Monday morning before the market opens. All right, Sting, not the singer. STNG. Boy, this is an all-time low. STNG, all-time low. Yeah, again, when you find time, start a live chat. Give them your email. They're going to take a look. They say that they should be able to fix it if they really look at your account. If not, I have no answer other than you can subscribe to my Twitter feed, and no, Monday morning I do post it. So just come into the room Monday morning and it'll be there. A moment here, just loading a couple of top lists that I created over the weekend. Okay, guys. So look. I haven't seen this one for a while. SIPI, SPPI. Oh, look at HPQ. Look at HPQ just sinking here. Look at now the 200-day moving average is 1811. See if that holds it. See if this holds it. I mean, there's the 200-day is 1814, getting very, very close. It's a real gap down. It started just before the market opened. Meanwhile, SELB is just in rippage mode. Not shortable, again, not shortable. So at Interactive Brokers. Now, probably coming into some resistance right around 4. All right, so far there are no alerts for. I don't know if you guys. I don't even have the call it the normal AI up and running. I should just to see. I see there are some alerts. Okay, I want to concentrate on the later. I don't want to call it a later version. Call it a real test version. But I do see there's a pretty nice one. All right, so SPAC, which is shortable for me, underneath 10 now, down to 981 through that 200-day moving average a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess. No, I was right the first time, 2 days ago. All-time low now. So this has been a disaster. I'm talking SPAQ. How is the actual ETF doing? My guess is not too well. This is the ETF for the SPACs themselves. Not very much volume. All right, HPQ, as I said, got close to the 200-day moving average. Maybe it's going to put a little bounce in. Hard to say. I mean, I got down to 1825. There's the 200-day. 1814. Okay, so this one actually rebounded 2169. So it actually rebounded. Got down to 2125 from the alert of 2169. That before it rebounded 1030 on the alert to short. Down at 985 right now. It's too bad this, for me anyway, too bad this is not shortable. To me, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance right. Well, actually, over 4 SELB, just not shortable for me. Well, if you were in the room on Friday, you know all about this one. BVXV had the huge, huge disaster pre-market, sitting at $38, drops down to all the way down to 338. It did have a fantastic bounce in it, which I took part a little bit of that. Certainly not did not maximize it, but it's right back down again. This ABB is weak. Where are they out of? Yeah, that's what I thought. Foreign stock out of Zurich. All right, so I'm going to get this back up to 15 minutes. It won't affect it today, of course, but my thoughts on sell was that I wish I had some shorts. I mean, to me, 4 was going to be maybe tough to get through, but I don't have any shorts, so. And it's breaking down through that 200 day, 200, the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart, but I just have no shorts available. Yeah, I'm starting to see that Fidelity seems to have shorts when of these smaller ones, and IB doesn't. It's very strange. Well, Momo on the way up here, guys. MOMO. Momo on the way up. Wow, look at the look at this gap. 1650 call sweeps. I see a little for those of you who follow these call sweeps. 1650. Look at the room. This one has MOMO. I mean, yeah, this is a great. You had to think that that whole number of 4 probably was going to be tough to get through initially. SAP is an earnings play. So I saw you asked about SAP. Yeah, SAP is an earnings play, continuing down now. So it's taking out certainly the pre-market lows, and now where there could be some support in this area around 115ish, maybe. Looking at that weekly chart, maybe. But this is a big gap down, 22%. 22%, 1 billion in the float. It's in Interactive Brokers, the just the headline. You know, my headline news right there. So if you have, I have both. I mean, I check ours and I check, you know, and I check IB all the time. I've got them both up. All right, HPQ having a bit, well, basing a little bit here. HPQ is basing a little bit just over that 200-day moving average. Okay, there's a 200-day is 1814, and it's at 1832, basing a little bit. This could be ripe for a little bit of a bounce, depending what the market. Well, there's a red bar in the market. Depending what the market does. I'm just going to stick a price alert at 1834. Looks like that's kind of the high of these three 5-minute candles approximately. But I think you need market help. Ugly YVR. Okay, so there's HPQ. I mean, I'm not convinced, but there is HPQ now. It may put a bit of a rally. I look at this, maybe 1855. So it doesn't have a. I mean, if it can get through here, I mean, if it can get close to where it closed. So, guys, the trade of the week. I just want to focus a little bit on it, and I didn't think there'd be like a major rush to get into it. Yeah, it popped up to 1441, but then it pulled back. You know, and the market is weak today. I know it's trying to put in a bit of a rally, but I'd be holding off. There's no massive rush. The trigger is 1365, so it's just a little bit above it. But if the market continues weak, we might be able to get a better price. No, man. Now we even have a cross for SELB. 355. There's that ADMA crossing below the 20, or almost crossing below the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. So for those of you who have had shorts available for SELB, this is turning into a great short. And we see MR. Okay, MRIN just got halted. So this was a crazy one last week. It got up to 570, back down to 2. Great action again on Friday. Did get up to 470 on Friday. Contango Oil and Gas. Little move here. Yeah, well, right now the SPY is a little bit undecided. You can take a look, just look at the 15-minute chart right there. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. So the SPY is definitely a little bit undecided right now. So I mean, if you're trying to trade something that kind of moves with the market, it's really tough. Look at Signet, SIG, coming back. I was talking about this as a potential swing trade back here. What a move it's made since then. I'm sorry, here, sorry, on the 20 break. Not on that monthly chart, but on that weekly chart. Very interesting. I mean, it's a jeweler. As how's Tiffany doing? Just would not have thought that these would be doing that well in this economy. Yeah, just a mild off color. Just keep it completely clean, please. Yeah, it's not for me. Yeah, that's what somebody said. They added some outlets in Chelsea, in New York. And that is the big deal for grill. Yeah, it's really not the right way, Jimmy. Listening to others tell you. Nobody should be telling you what to buy. I mean, you can follow along and kind of see what people are maybe are looking at and thinking, oh, okay, I kind of see what they're seeing. But you have to have the charts up and you have to have an idea about what they're looking at. Well, again, if you're looking at the charts, look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly. If you're most of if you're looking at my alerts anyway, you know, I always say this. My alerts are always triggering at a new high or a new low. So it doesn't mean I take the trade just because it makes a new high, of course, but I'm always then looking left on a daily, weekly, and monthly to see, all right, how much room does it have in case it wants to keep going? When might it encounter some resistance? If it's far enough away, then it becomes, you know, starts becoming a candidate. See, I look at this MCEP, looks interesting, but then I look at the daily and I see 252 is fairly close. 252 in that area is fairly close. So, you know, it becomes less appealing to me, even though it's having a nice little bounce here, nice little candle. If this weren't here, you know, if this were all down here, and then there was this nice area that it could possibly fill in to 3, then it starts becoming, to me, more attractive. But, you know, I just look at it and go, even though it's a nice low float, but I just look at this and think, you know, it could easily stall right around here. And guys, look at the SPY. Look at the SPY, yes. Zach is saying SPY heavy. That's a big red candle. Okay, now that is exactly the reason. I mean, I did not know the SPY was going to do this, but a company or like this PRTS, in my opinion, is kind of dependent on what the market's doing. I don't see it trading unless it had some, you know, specific news for it today. I didn't really see it trading on its own. So that's why I was suggesting that you could probably hold off. No, you know, no real need to, you know, jump into that trade immediately, even though it triggered. $10.30. Do I have to? All right, everybody. Well, it's a bit of a tough day so far. I mean, if you're looking to go long, definitely a tough day. The market was chopping a bit, but this is putting in a pretty nasty red bar. So first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. And, you know, Monday to Friday, it's going to be a very Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, before this election next Tuesday in the United States, I mean, it's, who knows what's going to happen all week. But anyway, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I am sharing a lot of scans. Two ways to get them: to click on the scans tab from within this trading room. Here are all the scans right here. Or click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. If you click on the download, they'll all go to a Word document. You can take a look at them all later on. You see something you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link. If you've copied the link, then File, Load from Cloud, and the link should appear right here in that box, and then just load it. All right. If you like it, then save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. You can obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but you can make changes if you want to. I have a certain price range that I'm looking at. This is the price range I'm looking at. You can make changes to the price range. You can make changes. You can make any changes you want. This is a kind of a template. This is what I use, but you might have a different idea. Now, I am going to put in a subscription link, and I do want to talk about the test drive that is coming up. First, I'll put in the test drive link. Yeah, they should yes, they should, Marcus. They should. I mean, if you turn the strategies on, you turn them on, enable, then they should, yes. All right, the test drive. I want to talk a little bit about the test drive. Probably the question we get asked the most, do you have free trials? We do not have free trials. But this is kind of the next best thing. So the test drive will start on November the 9th and it'll run to November the 20th. That is 2 full trading weeks, Monday to the following Friday. And if you click on this link right there, the next test drive sign up, you click on the link, just sign up for it. And probably sometime this week, I don't have the official, normally we have what we call a landing page. It has not been created yet. But if you do sign up for it, then you'll be notified exactly how to sign up for the test drive. It will start on November the 9th, okay? It's for $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 2 trading weeks, Monday to the following Friday, okay? So a good opportunity for you to try out trade ideas, and you'll have access to our full premium service just as if you were a premium subscriber. So when you say you need to set up your account, I'm not sure what you mean, TR, exactly. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Setting up your account, so I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our subscriptions. Well, I do know what you mean, a Trade Ideas account, but I don't know what you mean by that. You have a toolbar, right? Now, it's up to you to, you can take a look at our channel bar and, take a look at the different channels. I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can take a look at those. There's no one way to set up the Trade Ideas account. We're not a broker, you know that. So you need a broker. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. You have to download the program. So as long as when you download the program, you'll have a toolbar, and then you can start to take a look at the channels if you want. from the channel bar, take a look at the different channels, or you can take a look at all of the scans that I'm sharing, and you can load them and take a look at them on your screen. You said you were going to take a look at the 20 lessons in 20 days over the weekend. Did you do that? All right, so I just want to talk about our subscriptions. If you click on my homepage link right there, click on that link, you'll be brought to my homepage. And there is a promo code, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only. That's 15% off first month only, or the entire year. If you do click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see the subscription plans that we have. So we have basically 4 plans: a premium and a standard on annual, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why anybody wants to get our premium service, to take a look at how what the AI is all about, and I'm going to go over that in a bit. You don't have to start off with you don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if you want. Here's our standard monthly is $118 a month, less that 15%, or the premium is $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. Now, if you decide you want to upgrade from monthly to premium, standard to premium, or from a monthly to annual, we will honor the 15% promo code. On my homepage, we also have a link for the trade of the week. That is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Well, look at MCEP, guys. I do a daily market recap starting at 1 o'clock, what's happened in the room up to that point. You can sign up for all of the webinars and trading and the training links right there. I always like to put this one link in on its own. The 20 short lessons. If you click here, you'll see we have the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you don't have the privilege to use the AI, that means that you're not our premium subscriber, TR. I'm assuming. If you're a premium subscriber, then I'm going to have to send you to the accounting, because there's no, and again, TR, there's no such thing as the best. It all depends. I mean, you might be a new trader, so I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. People ask that all the time. What's the best scan for this? There is no such thing as the best. Sometimes, it all depends on are you somebody who likes to trade pullbacks? Are you somebody who likes to trade momentum? So there's really no such thing as the best. Okay, so Moonie, yeah. If you right click on a chart, only 2 options. Right click on a chart and go to properties, and you've got symbol linking checked. That's probably the default. So just uncheck it. Okay, if you uncheck the symbol linking, that's why my SPY stays the same. All of these are linked because I want them to be. Okay. So also the daily support session. So, wow, look at MCEP go. I saw this on another scan. Join live support. So there's also a YouTube feed that I keep an eye on. It's exactly the same as this. They see my screen, they hear me. Just not quite as much interactivity among traders. Harder for me to share links. But the YouTube feed is fine if that's all you really want to do, is to see my screen, or if you just want to hear me. So I monitor it from 9 to noon. if I see questions, I can certainly answer them there. Then from 12 to 1, another one of the traders, Trade Ideas Trainers, takes over from 12 to 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3. So here's how you can join that live support from 12 to 1. It's more of a Q&A. And the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. They're all archived. Educational videos and trading books. So there's a lot of good stuff if you click on my link. Okay, my homepage link. Meanwhile, MCEP just ripping, guys. Ripping. Midcon Energy Partners. And this is the one I said I thought might have some resistance right around here. So, but look what it did. I mean, it just popped right through. Now, did I know it was going to do that? Of course not. But man, it just popped right through. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. First of all, I got to find, where did I put you guys? There you are. Trade of the week is PRTS. PRTS, it did trigger at 1365, but as I've said since even before the market opened, I didn't think there was any rush to get into it based on what the market's doing. So it is PRTS. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have 50 what we call baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work in an optimization routine for the 50 strategies. Once that routine is over, and that's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed, once that routine is over, these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Okay? This is how I would follow the alerts. I would go to the toolbar, click on New, and I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will show up. Obviously a pretty good one for Fossil going against the grain. 620, 657 on the alert. Okay? But this is the window. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop price, and then it's up to you to manage the trade. All right, well, Charles, if you only have our premium, our standard service, you are only allowed to have 10 charts. Our premium service, you can have 10 charts. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, now I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, you don't have this toolbar, or in the toolbar, you don't have this yet, but it should be coming, I hope, by the test drive. I can't imagine it won't be. So a lot easier way to access Brokerage Plus rather than you're having to click on New and finding it and the simulator and all that. So 2 ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you just click on the live. That'll connect to your Interactive Brokers account. Then you can use Brokerage Plus to trade. Only Brokerage package it works with, okay? Right now. So you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to pop a video in here, and that's going to show you exactly how you can use Brokerage Plus and your Interactive Brokers account to trade. Okay, so watch that video. It's segmented, so it's about a 25-minute long video, but it is segmented. So there are different sections to it. So if you see something that you want to go to right away, you can find that segment and click on it, so you don't have to wade through all 25 minutes if that's not what you want to do. But if you're brand new, absolutely watch the whole video, okay? Now the second way to use it is in simulation mode. Charles, I'm not sure how I can help you. You might have to go to our tech. They might have to take a look. I'm not sure when you say you don't have all the open windows. So I'm going to have to send you to the home page. I'm not sure how I can help you. And I might have to take a look and maybe do a screen sharing and all that with you. Or give you an explanation about why that is happening. I'm going to give you the home page right here. Okay? Sorry, I'm not quite understanding when you say it doesn't have all the open windows. I mean, the default is I think the default is the StockTwits channel, I think, but I'm not sure. All right. Now, again, the other way to use it is in simulation mode. So if you are new to trading, if you've never traded before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We've got an excellent simulator here. Okay, again, for you guys to do it, you click on New from the toolbar, click on Brokerage Plus, and then the window will open, all right? And then you would click on Connect and then Simulated Trading. Now, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't really matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data, and it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up, pick how many shares you want to trade, the price. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you want to go long, you buy. I mean, it is that simple. You can also practice swing trading. If you get into a trade during the day and you don't close it at the end of the day, then it'll just carry over for as long as you want it to. So let's do one. Let's just take a trade just to see how easy it is to do. Yeah, listen. Okay, I see what real is. If you have something, and we are not political in this room at all. All right, but if I see what you're talking about, but you put that in off topic. Okay, stocks only is literally just for stocks. A stock symbol talking about a specific stock. Okay. Yeah, man. SPY is getting weaker and weaker. So this was a big gap down to begin with. Had a little bit of a pull up, and now we've got 45 minutes of down and some pretty wide candles. So again, I mean, to try to go long in this market right now will be a challenge. I mean, we have to really find, that stock that doesn't care what the rest of the market is doing. Look at MCEP for a while, yeah. But even that real alpha stock, the market keeps doing this. I mean, what are we now? 572 down. So anyway, we just have to wait it out. No, don't be so anxious. You don't have to trade every day. I mean, an alpha stock really. Now Fossil, it did get up there. It was an AI alert up to 650 or 660 from 620. Pretty darn good in the face of what the market's doing. But even now, it's starting to drift down. So let's take a trade. See if we can find anything that might. Again, I just want to show you how you can do it. I want to go long because I know, especially if you're new to trading, there's no way you're going to start shorting. I know that. So I'm just trying to find something that might be interesting to go long on. All right, so I'll take this trade. It's not that I would take this trade, but I just want to show you how you can do it and how you can put a stop in that makes sense. So if I'm looking at DSS, I look at this 2-minute chart, I look at the 5-minute chart. To me, there's pretty decent support around 517 or so. So if I took this trade right now, that would be where I'd be putting my stop. So let me just take the trade. I'll take a couple hundred shares. The spread is, it's not bad, so I can buy it right at the market. And so it showed up there, 539. Now I can put my stop in, where I said, at around 517. So I can add the stop, 5.17. So I've added the stop, and you'll see that it'll appear right on the chart, right there. So if I allowed it to get down to 517, it would take me out for a $43 loss. I can put a target, put a real aggressive target in here, $6. And you'll see that that will show up on the chart. So if it happened to get up to $6, and I just allow it to take me out automatically, I'll be up $123. Now, both of these lines are movable on the chart. You can move them wherever you want. So typically, you could use this like a trailing stop. If the trade started to work well, you could start raising your stop right on the chart. Okay? Same thing on the target. Let's say it really starts approaching the target, and there's no reason to get out. You can move the target up. Now, if it was stalling just underneath the target and started drifting down, you can move this down so it would take you out. You just place it right on the, right on the price. Now, that's a visual way of doing it. You don't have to do it that way at all. You can do it right in here. So let's just say I wanted to trade 100 shares of it. I would just pick 100 or 50, whatever I want, and I could pick how to sell it and the price I want to get out. These are also hotkeys. So you can flatten your trade, which means get out of your trade. I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. So these are just hotkeys that you can use. So again, I can't state it more strongly. Before you commit money to the market, your real money to the market, practice, okay? That's why we have the simulator. You do need our standard service, but you don't need our premium service. You just need our standard service, and then you'll have access to this simulator. And again, it uses our real-time data. All right, just let me pour the last vestiges of my coffee, and then I'll answer your question. All right, what do I think of CIT? Well, I mean, look, it's still strong. This had earnings, I guess, on the 16th, and ever since then, it popped right through the 200-day. It's been strong, and it still has room, for a potential swing trade. It still has room. That's all I can say about it. I mean, it's just, just 4 cents below the close in the face of what the market's doing. So it's definitely a strong stock. Now, does that mean I'm telling you to take the trade? No. And just in case people say, well, why is it being so wishy-washy? I'm not an investment advisor. And when you sign into this room, there is a stipulation that you agree that I'm not an investment advisor and all of that. Okay, so I love your name, Super Mario. I can't believe I'm seeing ads advertisements on TV for Super Mario. Oh man. Anyway, yes. We start you off with $100,000. Okay, in the account. And if you get rid of every trade by the end of the day, then you have $100,000 the next day too. Okay. If you carry over trades, then it'll be $100,000 minus the value of the trade. Okay. Now, what I would do is this. The temptation is okay. We give you $100,000. Let me answer. No, you cannot use a custom symbol list with Holly. Holly is, it's on its own. It's all the strategies are. So the AI does not know what symbols are going to be alerted to on any given day. So it's not based on a symbol list. You don't have access to it like that. You can create a symbol list and with your own strategy, put your symbol list in there, kind of like what I do here. Okay, but you cannot use the AI like that. So what I was going to say about the simulator is that, yes, we give you $100,000, but I would try to treat it as closely to what you have in your, what you actually have available to trade. So if you don't have a $100,000 account, in other words, you're not going to be taking $5,000 of a $10 stock if you've only got $5,000 in your trading account or $10,000 in your trading account. So try to keep the trades, try to keep it as close to what you would do if you were trading your money. Because I know that the temptation is, well, I've got $100,000. Let's do some wild and crazy things. It's very easy, yes, and that's the other thing, Super Mario. Try to take trades that make sense, not just I think I'll just take, I'll just go in and take this trade with just because you want to do it. I mean, it's got to be based on something. If you just do stuff like that, and even if you end up making money, it's not a good gauge on how you're going to do when you actually commit money to the market. I've said this before and I'll keep saying it. With the simulator, it's a great way to practice trading. If you make money in the simulator, there's still no guarantee you'll make money once you start committing money to the market, because all of a sudden emotions and discipline come right to the forefront. And it's way different when you're now all of a sudden you're watching your real P&L jump up and down. But I will say this, if you cannot make money by in the simulator, paper trading, it'll be awfully tough to make it when you actually commit money to the market. Well, sure, Super Mario. I mean, there's no emotion involved. It doesn't work. Oh well, I'll just get out of it. You know. Well, and one of the things that you mentioned, you get a little trigger shy. If you've never traded before, it is just to hit that buy button or shorting hit that sell button that very 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 first time can be a little bit unnerving. So at least in the simulator, it's not your real money, but at least you get used to hitting a buy button and a sell button. All right, rather than having to do it the first time when it's your real money. Boy, this is so there's 45 minutes of some pretty big candles on that 15-minute chart, and we have another one forming, another red candle forming. So again, guys, this might be just a day to sit it out. Nobody should feel the anxiety that they have to trade every single day and have to be in a trade at all times. Yeah, I don't trade the VIX, so I did not trade it. I just prefer trading individual stocks, trying to find the stocks that are not so dependent on the market. In a day like today, especially trying to go long, I'm going to keep saying it all day long. It's going to be awfully tough to go long on almost anything right now. I mean, listen, I know somebody's going to pipe up and say, "Oh, but look at this one; it's been up." Absolutely, there are going to be exceptions, but in general, when the market is doing this, it's just difficult to go long. Now, if you don't want to short, then you're going to be sitting it out. A fossil, I have to say, is a real anomaly. I mean, for the AI to find fossil, FOSL, and I'm trying to see if there's any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for fossil doing what it's doing. I mean, this is, it's tremendous. It's a retailer, and it's not like, let me just check the retail sector ETF. There's the retail sector ETF. So I mean, fossil is your alpha stock. It's going completely against the sector that it's in, and obviously completely against what the market is doing. I can't see any specific news on it, but no, PRTS is the trade of the week. PRTS, and as I've said a million times, well, not a million times, but tough to take a trade like this when the market's doing this. So if the market rebounds tomorrow or even later on today, this might, this will give us a way better entry. Yeah, as Real says, I mean, if the market keeps doing this, bounces are going to be awfully hard. You may find some stocks that bounce, but it probably won't bounce very much. The only way bounces are going to work is if the market stops doing this and starts to maybe do something like this for an hour, okay, to give people a little more confidence that okay, maybe I can dip my toe into the bounce water. Okay, so dividend stocks, I don't have any feeling for. I don't know this stock at all. Riviera Resources, RVR. Well, it's a pink sheet stock too, James. So I don't look at pinks at all. Okay, I have no feeling for pink sheet stocks at all. So really, I mean, if it weren't a pink sheet stock, I'd be still looking at this and going, man, there's a lot of resistance around $1.80. So are you talking divergence? So what are you talking about the div? Surely they don't have dividends. I know, don't call me Shirley, but really, I have no feel for a pink sheet stock. I have no feeling for that whatsoever. Then, but I mean, just look at the chart. I mean, look how much resistance on that chart is right. Look at that weekly chart right there. Look at all that area, about 180, not too far away. So, so I really don't know. I cannot comment on that at all. Well, I mean, it's a virus play, obviously. Okay, so Codex. I mean, I know Real was probably shorted it up here. I mean, it's a virus play. So really, with what's happening with the market, I mean, viruses on everybody's. Well, you can't get away from it. So All I can say it's a virus play, but to me again, it's got a lot of resistance. Not that far away. The smart stops are calculated. Takes into account the volatility of the stock today, plus the highs and lows, and those values get fed in, and it creates a smart stop. So it's a proprietary calculation that we have. Is resistance a good thing? Well, I'll sort of flip that on back to you. I mean, we always talk about, like, in real life, is resistance a good thing? In real life. When you hear the word resistance, do you think that's good or do you think that's bad? So yeah, so when we talk about resistance on a chart, resistance on a chart, yeah, I mean it's not a good thing, but obviously if it can break through it, then it's the old adage, and that resistance becomes support. But if I'm looking at a chart and I see what I consider is resistance very close by, for me that's not a good thing. You know, so I mean, yeah, I mean if it can get to the next resistance if it's far enough away, but I mean that's what we're talking. It's not. Yeah. Does that make sense, Esther? So I mean, if you wanted to get into a trade, let's say you wanted to get into let me try to find some. Well, that pink sheet stock that gentleman, what was it again? It was R something. RVRA. Okay. All right. So look at the weekly chart right here. Look at this weekly chart right here. So if you were thinking, wow, I heard some news. Never mind, talk like about this specific stock. Okay, it's a pink sheet stock, but let's just pretend that you heard some good news about it, and it was moving higher, and you looked at the weekly chart, and it's at 163, and you looked at this weekly chart, and you see all of this area right around 180. What would you think? That's resistance, right? Now, so if it could find a way to get through it and get through up here, the $2 level, then when you look left, the resistance in theory is perhaps way up here. But right there, I'd be looking at this going, that's I can't take this trade because it to me it could really really stall trying to get through 180. So why would I take that trade? Trying to put the odds in my favor. It might it might shoot right through it. I can't know for sure, but when I look at that, I would go, no, I don't want to take that trade. Oops, what happened to my weekly chart? Oh, there it is. Meanwhile, should have taken this for real. Look at the DSS, guys. Look at the DSS in at 539. Well, the time frame SX is really up to you. All right. I mean, it's up to you. there is a trigger. And yeah, did it trigger this morning? Again, and I apologize if you've just shown up to the room right now, but I talked about this. I said, I wouldn't be taking this trade even if it triggered until I, was a little more comfortable in the direction of the SPY. Okay, so yes, it did trigger. Now, once it triggers, there is a 20 SMA on the daily chart. So let's just say if you took this trade today and it got down to here, that's your out. Okay, that's pretty far away, but I mean that is your out. That's your stop. Now let's just say the trade now I look, and I was saying earlier, I look at this and I see some resistance right around 15. It might struggle to get through 15. But if you did take this trade and this market wasn't doing this and you took the trade this morning at 1365 and it kept working its way up and up and up, you can hold it as long as you want. Okay? So it's not a 2 week, it's not a 1 week, it's not a 1 day. If the trade continues to work, there'd be no real reason to get out of the trade. Now, guys, you noticed that it took me out of the DSS trade because remember I had a target. I thought I was putting a crazy target on it of $6. And notice it took me out at actually 604. That's because it was moving so fast that it couldn't get. Oh, actually, I think I did move my target up. Yeah, I did actually move it up to 604. So it did take me out at 604. Okay, so notice how that worked. Now, had I been paying attention, and had this been like a real trade for me, I would have moved my target up. No reason to get out of that trade at $6, 604, as it's working so well. Now I could have eliminated that, moved it way up. I could have, if I wanted to, at $6, got rid of half. Or I could have got rid of 50 shares, whatever I want. But you see how that worked. That finished great. I mean, PBI still is. I mean, it's still not bad. So here you go. I mean, this is still not bad. The trigger was 630 last week. I mean, it's still holding its own. So the trigger was 630. I mean, I traded this one, and it closed at 761. So from 630 to 761 is awesome in terms of a percentage move. And it's still, in my opinion, it's still kind of in play. Because when I look left on that monthly chart, here's the resistance area that I start to see around 850 or so. Okay. So there's a good example of something you didn't have to get out of. And of course, the week before, was even kind of more awesome. The trigger I think was 22, and it got up to 29. I think I don't know where it closed. I think it might have closed at 28 or something. And you could still be in it in theory. I would have been trading out some. You could still be in it if you got in at 22. But again, the market. This is going to be it's going to be a very, very interesting week. Well, and of course, next week is going to be really interesting also. Look at DSS, my goodness. There's even a late, well, we'll call it a late alert up here, 591. Now I know this triggered earlier when I had it only on 5 minutes. Man, okay, we're 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's an hour, and now this candle is getting big also. And this is a real boy. This is a really tough day. So again, I reiterate, had this been a real trade, I would never have allowed it to take me out at 604. I may have taken some out, but I would have. I mean, there'd be no reason to get out of the trade. It's working so well. But if you are a person, even though you may have heard about stops and you do have stops, but you don't obey them, then this is the way to go. Just put it right on the chart, take the emotion right out of it. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. You know what, guys, I do have my bouncers toppers. And this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. You can bouncers toppers. But so look at all these. So these are stocks. I've got two strategies here: the potential toppers and potential bouncers. The bouncers are in blue. Notice that there are hardly any, especially in the last little while, potential toppers. Why? Because what the market's doing. But as Real was said before, and I'll say it obviously, I mean, it's going to be awfully, awfully hard to find bouncers in this market. You might get something like this might bounce, but how much is it going to bounce? If the market continues to do this. So again, this is something I'm sharing. You just have to click on this on the shared scans. So I mean, it's looking for stocks that are doing this. But do you see any bounce? I mean, do you see any bounce? I mean, there's a little bounce here, but for how much? How much of a bounce are we going to get? So nice. In this environment, I mean, listen, my opinion only. In this environment, I have no idea what would be a good swing trade. I don't swing trade very much. All right, but I'd be really wary about trying to swing this week and even maybe next week until this settles down. I mean, I'm not saying there's not going to be one stock that's going to keep going on a potential swing, but I just don't. I just think it's going to be really, really tough this week and certainly next week until this election is over. So Intel Designer, all you have to do is load it, and then you can take a look at the individual strategies, open the alert window, and you'll see the filters I use. I believe it has to be a certain number of 5-minute candles down in a row, things like that, and certain number of candles down. It has to be down a certain percentage, for things to looking for bounces. Just load it, and you'll see exactly what I'm using. And then on the way up, it's the same thing for the toppers. A certain number of 5-minute candles up in a row. I think it's 5-minute candles. Well, you can go first, Dudley, because until we see a stalling of this downward motion in the downward movement in the market, and a sustain. I mean, we've got to see about two or three, in my opinion, anyway, two or three or four green candles. Yeah, because you get one green candle, sure, you might get a little bounce in a few stocks, but how big a bounce? And that's why again, if you are a new trader, there are a couple things to going into taking a trade. What is the overall market doing? You want to go long right now. I know I'm repeating myself, but I mean, I know there are a lot of people who are new to trading. Almost impossible to find, you know, a multitude of trades that you could go long right now with the market doing what it's doing right now. Okay, so that's one thing to keep an eye on. Now, let's say the market was moving higher and you want to get into a trade. Next thing to do is you take a look at and I'm sharing this. What is the stock doing within its own sector? I mean, you'd like to see the stock moving with the sector. So if you're in an energy play, you'd like to see, here's some of the energy ETFs. Are they moving up? No. I mean, I'm just looking at energy as an example. There's only one positive sector right now, and that's gold, and it's mildly up. So a couple of things to always keep an eye on, especially if it's not the alpha stock that doesn't really care to a certain extent what's happening in the overall market. So if you want to get into a trade, always check to see, well, what is the overall market doing, and then what is the sector doing that you're in the stock that you're trying to get into. What is the sector doing? Now, a lot of this can be done very, very quickly. I mean, that's why I have my SPY chart right here. I can see what the market's doing, and I have my spider sector list on another monitor. So I can always just take a quick glance to see what what is its sector doing. So this is a super strong stock. This GRTX. Looks like they did maybe an IPO here or this is a symbol name change. Can never tell anymore. But this is a very strong stock. Fairly low float, 10 million in the float. 500,000 shares have traded. It'll trade 1 million by the end of the day. 52 times normal. Are you talking about this VWAP right here? Okay, you're talking about the, yeah, it waits, it's a common question, it waits for confirmation. If you don't like it, I'm going to suggest, I mean, it's a common question. And coming from you will have a lot more weight than coming from me, okay? Because it does wait for a confirmation. So a lot of times, yes, the stock will have moved. Meanwhile, this DSS, well, it waits for confirmation. So the fact that it crosses, it'll wait for a confirmation volume because it doesn't want it to move up and down through the VWAP. Okay, so it's waiting for a confirmation, and sometimes by the time you get the alert, yeah, it might look a lot. Look at DSS go. My goodness. Okay, so you may not. That is the explanation, Road Dog. But if you write and say, listen, I don't care about confirmation of this or that. I want to have that alert when it happens. The more people that say that, maybe they'll do it. I don't know. I have no control over it. Yeah, I know it's not the answer you wanted, but and I see, again, I don't know how much pre-market volume there was for Codex, but I do see that it has done a couple. It has pierced through the EMA on the 2-minute chart and is trying to do it on the 5-minute chart. And 1393 just happens to be right there on the 5-minute 8 EMA. Not for free, Road Dog. Okay, it's I think they've even upped the price. See, people have been misinterpreting the one-on-one training. They think that we are going to mentor. A lot of people are looking for mentors. Okay, how to trade the market and all that. The one-on-one trading is only. Well, look at this DSSS. Is only to explain how you can use trade ideas. Yeah, I mean, if you say, well, I'd like to trade this certain pattern, they can help you there. But if you're looking for how to trade the market, that is not what the one-on-one training. So you think you've exhausted all of the free stuff, Road Dog? The 20 lessons in 20 days. And and all the videos that we've got, you think you've exhausted that? I mean, we always, instead of somebody paying $129 for the one-on-one trading, we want to make sure you've exhausted everything else. Because a lot of times it's just, well, I want this type of a setup. Can you help me? But if it's something else, maybe I can help. I'm not sure. Yeah, so this market is not bouncing. We had a couple little bottoming tails there, but this market is continuing down. So, definition of an alpha stock, DSS. It doesn't care what the market's doing. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. If you do have shorts available, I'd be watching that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's getting really close. 1717. Have you looked at the 2020 Road Dog? Because I mean, they're easy to do. I mean, some of it is just the basic stuff. How to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, how to create a multi-strategy window. I mean, it's possible you'll get more, but I mean, they're very, very quick. Yeah. They're just very quick. They're not even video. It's all text. Takes you through the very basic features of trade ideas. I honestly think that you can, instead of listen. I mean, gladly take your money, I guess, but I honestly think that depending on what you are looking for, you can probably find most of it in the 20 short lessons and also some of the videos. Yeah, see, back testing. I mean, I can show you how you can back test. You have to create your own alert strategy, and then you just back test it. I mean, you have a premium service. Okay, so they're not going to be able to say, okay, here's one that works, and watch how it gets back tested, and this is a perfect setup, and you use this. So you have to have your own alert. Okay, so it's just a matter of then doing the back test the strategy, and okay, then back test it, and then it's just it's trial and error. You once you back test it, you're going to see that you can take a look at the times where a lot of maybe the better alerts are. So you can start to without getting crazy. Well, the best alerts are from 12:01 to 12:03. Okay. You should have at least a minimum of probably 100, a minimum of 100 over the period of time. You don't want to backtest something and it looks great and you only have 10 alerts over 90 days. Things like that. You probably want, when you look at the win and loss, you could strive for, if the winning trades are, say, 30 cents a trade, 30 cents. I mean, it all depends on, how many shares you're taking, of course. But you want to have probably try to get a 2-to-1. So your winning trades are 30 cents. Your losing trades are 15 cents. The win percentage probably minimum of 60. Things like that. And they're not going to be able to help you with that on your strategy. You're going to have to then experiment. I mean, backtesting is a real, most of our customers do not backtest. The other thing about backtesting is that you can backtest a strategy and it could look great. and all of a sudden next week it's not so great. You know, so that's when you have to start fiddling around with the filters. Well, I'm going to do this for you, okay? I mean, I'm going to back to, I mean, this is nothing that will probably show. Well, that's not what the, well, that's your strategy. You have to then back test it. It, you know, you can create you can back test your own symbols if that's what you want to do. You know, create a, what, a symbol list? You don't know how to create a symbol list? I mean, I'm just doing this to show you. I mean, once you've back tested your strategy, even if you had a symbol list, you know, and you never do this during the day. I mean, it. Okay, but you saw what I did. I took an alert strategy. I took an alert, and I just all I did was I just clicked on backtest strategy. Okay, so and so here are my results. Obviously terrible. Okay, but let's just say the equity curve looked decent, and this is how, they're not going to be able to help you with this. But let's just say, because they're not going to create a strategy for you, but let's just say it looked better. I mean, right now you're losing money, okay? But let's just say the equity curve was moving up, but you want to now you get into the optimization. Now you can say you can see the price range. You know what seems to be the best price ranges. You know, if you found every single trade over $15 was really delivering horrible results, then maybe you'd cap it, you know, at 15. The time of day. You know, maybe you'd find a time of day that worked a lot better. You know, just but they're not going to help you with that. I can show you that this is what you can do, and then it's up to you to start to okay, then go back into your strategy and maybe make a change to the price range, maybe put a time filter on it. You know, just stuff like that. It is a pain. It's a tough operation to do. You know, and most of our customers do not do it because it you know you really got to dedicate a lot of time to it. Okay, well I showed you how to. So do you know how to create a top list window? If you don't, not a top list window, but a here's a little here's a little video on showing you exactly how to create your own symbol list. Okay, and then you could attach that symbol list to the alert strategy that you've got, and only then it's only going to look at those. It's only going to look at those symbols. Okay, and have you gone because they tell me all you well all you have to do but is go to the home page. They're going to look at your account to try to figure out why you're not getting these trades of the week. So what I would do is again go to the home page. If you've already done that, you've gone through the exercise and talked to them within the last 2 weeks, then I don't know what to say. The trade of the week is PRTS, and no rush to get in it. The trigger was 1390 or 1365. No rush to get in it. Just make sure when you, if you're going to go to the home page, make sure you give them your email address that you use for trade ideas so they can look at your account and just try to figure out why you're not getting it. Well, it's called carparts.com. Well, if you get the email, it's all laid out. I'll just see if I can find the email. Where is the email? Well, I'm going to show you. This is, if you subscribe to the Trade of the Week, this was the premise. Okay? Now, you know, they don't know the market's going to do this, when they choose the trade of the week. So that's why I've said I feel like I'm nagging at people, but I mean, the trade of the week will not work unless it has some really, really specific news on its own that's going to be able to counter the action of the market. And PRTS does not. Okay, but I just laid it out. That would be the email that you'd be getting. Okay, Silverhawk? I mean, the last two worked out great. PBI, Pitney Bowes, and the one before. And let's NIO. I don't even if the market wasn't doing this, but NIO had some fantastic news, and didn't hit till Wednesday morning. So the trade of the week was on. It's they give you, just like the email says, it gives you an entry. I didn't put the exit down there. It's a rising. It's usually the rising 20 SMA on the daily chart. But then all of a sudden, Wednesday morning, JP Morgan, I think it was either JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, comes out with a huge, huge recommendation for NIO. But then last week, Pitney Bowes was the trade of the week, and the trade of the week was triggered at 6:30. I mean, great trade. Got all the way up to 768. Anyway, that is the deal about the trade of the week. Are they all going to work every single week? But I mean, again, I really, really, really was recommending people lay off when the market was doing this. We might get a great opportunity to get into this one later on. The only glimmer of hope I see is that we are getting some little bottoming tails here. So, the sellers have been relentless, but the buyers have at least closed it there. More selling, buyers closed it here. More selling, buyers closed it here. We have to see if finally we put a little bit of a base in. This will be a telling candle. 11:45 to noon candle. Let's see if these bottoming tails, maybe the sellers will give up for a while, let the buyers have their way for a bit. I only took one trade today. I have not talked about it. Doesn't really matter. It was a short. It's working okay, but I think I've been well. I mean, finally, look at Fossil. I mean, I was actually thinking about shorting it. This was such a tremendous move in the face of what the market was doing, and it's not like for whatever reason retail sector was strong today, but it finally and this was very little activity for the AI. And I'm actually a little bit surprised. I mean, there is a short, but the shorts did not fall like the rest of the market. All right, guys. Well, I will be taking a break pretty soon. Somebody will be taking over in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. See what my memory is. My memory is that it is Sean today. Give me a moment here, just looking at some, some emails. All right. Can anybody tell me this DSS? I mean, it looks like this is actually an earnings release. I did see, but I can't tell if it's a pre-release. It looks like this is the full earnings release. You know, and they obviously, our provider has November the 11th. And they obviously released earlier than that. If this is a true earnings release or not just a pre-release. Yeah, but I'm also, yeah, I did see that, but I see this also. It looks like this is the actual release. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's, I think that's, he sometimes, these are pre-releases. In which case, sometimes, which really, I really do not like that. But this looks like it is a real release. Ah, just give me a second here. I'm just trying to, I want to transfer this information to our guys. I mean, that's the reason. I mean, there might have been insider buying, but I mean, that's a tremendous increase. Tank, I don't know what you mean. Well, it's possible. It is possible. It drives me crazy sometimes, though, because because if you're looking at our earnings plays, I mean, it's not showing up. Not that we wouldn't have seen it. I mean, it's popping up everywhere else, and so we do know that it is an earnings play. But is there a scan to catch the section of stock entry and to exit the profit target? Don't know what you mean by that, Charles. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. I mean, you can create a strategy, but you'll need our premium service so sort of to somewhat automate that. Well, this is what I would do. Instead of what I would do is I would just put okay, as an example, there is the profit target, right? If you can see my screen, say RMG. So there's the profit target. What I would do is just maybe just a little bit below it. So if the profit target is 1065, a little bit below it, I would create a price alert. All right. So now you'll be alerted. You'll have a price alert. It'll pop right up on your screen. So you'll be alerted just ahead of that profit target. Then you can kind of figure out what you want to do. The same thing with the exit. You can put in a price alert just below, just above where in theory you're supposed to get out of the trade. That's what I would do. I mean, unless you're in 100 trades at the same time, it'd be easy enough to manage. Does that make sense? Okay, great. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement into the room. I'll be taking my break. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube feed. Ooh, I've changed my color. What does this look like? How do you guys like dark blue or light blue? I didn't do, I must have accidentally changed the color. Locked and loaded. All right, thank you, Sean. All right, so Sean, and I'm going to put the YouTube link in here for those of you who want to go to the YouTube feed for the hour or the half hour. I'll be back in this room at, whoops, at 12:30. What did I do? I got rid of it. Just a second. Okay, I'll stop my streaming, Sean. Okay, I'll stop my streaming, Sean.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome. It's the top of the hour. You got Chicago Sean McLaughlin here on a rare Monday sell-off edition of the live Q&A. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Hope you're all short, leaning short, pressing short, riding this short wave down today. Who knows when it'll bounce? It could bounce from here. It could bounce from 10 points lower. Who knows? It seems like we never get to talk about a big sell-off on these Monday Q&As. So I'm excited about that. Anyway, for those of you who are first-timers here or new to the program here, for the next hour, this is live Q&A. This is your time to ask questions about the software, any features you need help with, any things you need to see demonstrated. This is your chance. Just go ahead and throw your questions into the questions panel there in the YouTube feed. I will see them and I will do my best to answer them. My standard disclaimer at the top of every one of these calls is I know enough to be dangerous on trade ideas, but I don't know the answers to everything. But I can certainly point you in the right direction to get the help you need. Iris is not excited about the sell-off. Sorry, Iris. I've been a trader since 1998, 22 years, and just, the trader in me always gets excited during sell-offs, just because as active traders, when markets are selling off, there's just much more opportunity for opportunistic trading, for tactical trading. Markets move both up and down much more violently when markets are in bear markets. I'm not saying we're in a bear market now. Believe me, I'm not saying that. But I do like it when markets are selling off. I just think creates a lot of opportunity for active traders. Yo, Bill, back at you. Mr. R. Cost, I believe it's an issue with your platform. Everything looks good on my side. What you might want to do on the YouTube panel, if you go to the little gearbox there in the bottom right corner of the YouTube screen, there's a thing in there for playback, for quality. You might want to toggle that to the highest quality, the 1080p. That might solve your blurry issue. All right, so like I said, this is your opportunity to ask questions. You, the listeners and watchers, will drive the content for the next hour. So I'm relying on you. I don't have anything prepared to talk about. All right, Mr. R. Cost, I'm glad that helped. Meanwhile, before people come in and ask questions, maybe I'll adjust my stops on my open swing trades. You could see in my executions tab here in Brokerage Plus, I had 4 swing trades stop out today. Let's go to my positions tab. These are all my open swing trades, all having a very bad day today, as you might imagine. Down $22,000 in open P&L today. Not good, but you know, that'll happen after you've had a good run. But what I like to do at least once a week, usually more often, but I'll go through all my open positions and adjust my stops. And all I got to do is just drag my stop here on the chart. Pretty simple to do. I'm just looking for obvious levels. So far, my stops are looking good. Looks like AMAT's going to get hit pretty soon. I think all my stops are actually in pretty good levels. I adjusted them on Friday. I might adjust. I'm going to move this one up here. Right there, just below that gap. No reason to let that stock go any further than there. I'll keep that. I'll keep that for now. Actually, I'm going to drag this up to right around my buy. So I'm a little about break even, which is kind of at the low of today. Right below today's low is a good spot for me to put my stop. NIU, we'll leave that where it is. That one doesn't look so hot. The rest of these are probably just going to stay. All right. Yep, not much to do today because, like I said, I adjusted a bunch on Friday. Bill, catching a ride in Fossil. All right. Wow. On an ugly day, you got a green stock. That's nice. It's come back a bit, but still holding strong. Okay, Esther, good question. How can I make diagonal lines across a chart? Great question. So let's take this chart here. I got a 5-minute chart. If you want to add a trend line or a diagonal line, it's really just 3 clicks. Watch this. See up here in the upper left, see these little icons up here? This flat line there is that horizontal line. That's for a horizontal line. And this is for a trend line. So if I click on this diagonal line, click it once, and then click where I want to start the line. Let's start it right here. And then that's click number 2. And then click number 3 right here. And look at that. Now I've got a trend line. And then I could grab it and move it around. I could change the angle, right? That's how you draw trend lines, Esther. Again, just click up here. Click once. 1, 2, 3. Right? So you click here, then you click where you're anchoring it, and then where you're ending it. And then you can move it around and make any kind of adjustments to it that you like. And whenever you want to delete any line on a chart, just click on it, hit the delete key on your keyboard. So I'm going to click on it to activate it, hit the delete key on my keyboard. Goodbye line. Good question, Esther. And by the way, the same applies to horizontal lines. If I hit this flat line here, just hit that. It's just going to put a horizontal line, like a support or resistance line I could put up here. So I just basically just click that horizontal line once and then click again in my chart where I want to place it. Let's put it right there. And there you go. And if I want to move it, I could just drag it around. Okay. I'm going to delete these. And that little T button there, that's if you want to add any text annotations, is click on the T, then click on the chart and say, I like this level, or, you know, whatever you want, and stretch it out. See that? Pretty cool, right? How can I use the trend line on the markers when I right click on the mouse? I'm not sure what you mean, but if I had a trend line in here in my chart, let's just draw a dummy one. If I want to move that with my mouse, I just click on it. See, it's got the little squares at the end of each line. That means I've activated it. And then I just grab it and move it with my mouse. See that? I'm moving it all around the chart. Is that what you meant? Okay, another question. When does Holly start showing what strategies she will be using today? I don't know the exact time those start populating. I believe they populate by like 4 o'clock Eastern time, 4 a.m., maybe 6 a.m. Eastern time. That's a good question. I just know it happens overnight, and I'm always sleeping when it does. I don't know the exact time. So Esther, when you have a trend line on your chart and you click on it and activate it, you can't drag it around? Charlie wants to know, can trades be delivered by text or email? Charlie, that's a loaded question. Yes, alerts can be sent to you via text message, but I don't recommend using it. It's especially if you want a timely alert, because we can send you the alert immediately once it happens, once it fires. But once it leaves our system, it's completely out of our control. You're going to receive that text alert according to the latency with your mobile phone provider. You might get the alert right away. You might get the alert 5 minutes later. So if you're trying to get alerted on time-sensitive alerts, you're not going to be happy with it. I wouldn't recommend it. Now, if you've got like an alert sets up that like alerts you to stocks that made all-time highs today, for example, and you're just kind of like reviewing that list at the end of the day, then fine, that'll work for you. But if you need time-sensitive immediacy on those alerts sent to your phone, you're not going to be happy, unfortunately. You have to be logged into the platform and watching the alerts happen in real time on your platform. That's the best way to get them quickly. Our cost. I see your question. Do I ever use RBI and GBI trading? Me personally, no, I don't. I'm not an intraday stock trader these days anymore. And the RBI, GBIs are really meant for intraday traders. But here we'll load one up here. Good question, because not everybody knows what these are. So this will give us a good opportunity to talk about it. So I've just launched both an RBI window and a GBI window. And they're found here by going to your TI menu bar and going to new. And they're right here, premium RBI, GBI. You have to be a premium subscriber to get these alerts. And for those of you who don't know what they are, let me explain what they are. Let's start with RBI first. RBI stands for red bar ignored. So what this is intending to do, and by the way, the 5 means on a 5-minute candle. So every 5 minutes, 5-minute candles it's looking at. What it's looking to do, it's looking to identify stocks that are in strong uptrends that have recently paused, and you're getting alerted when the trend resumes. So with a red bar ignored, it's ignoring a red bar. So what it does is it's looking for, I believe it's 5 consecutive green bars in a row. might be 4, but I think it's 5. It's 5 consecutive green bars in a row. And these are 5-minute bars, I should point out. It's looking for 5 consecutive green bars in a row. And then it wants to be followed, or as soon as it has a red bar, like there could be 10 green bars in a row, there could be 20 green bars in a row, it doesn't matter. But as long as there's a minimum of 5, then as soon as there's a red bar, it starts paying attention. And if the stock then trades above the red bar close, meaning you have a new green bar, then that is considered a resumption of the trend, and that's when you will get the alert. So once the stock trades above the close of the, trades above the high? No, trades above the close of the red bar. And the green bar ignored is the same idea in reverse. It's looking for stocks that are in strong downtrends that recently paused and then have now resumed. So we just had an alert come through right now. Let's click on it and check it out. So here, perfect example. Let's stretch out this 5-minute chart. Red bar ignored. I'm sorry, green bar ignored. So if I zoom in on this chart to make it more clear, you could see we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red bars in a row. Check. Then we had a green bar. That represents the pause. And then as soon as this stock traded below the green bar, that's when you get the alert. And you know what? The alert came when it traded below the low of the green bar. That's the answer there. I messed that up before. But as soon as it trades below, looks like the low in this candle was 91.49. So as soon as it traded to 91.48, that's when we got the alert. Okay? Does that make sense? So these red bar ignored and green bar ignored alerts are just, trying to get you into powerful trends, where you're buying or selling after a pause or a pullback. Okay? Charlie, I feel you, brother. It's hard to get anything else done if you're watching a screen all day. That's why I no longer day trade. I've just got too much stuff to do throughout the day. I mean, I'm doing training sessions here for trade ideas, helping customers, doing sales, working with our partners. I can't watch the market tick by tick. So that's why I no longer day trade. So I feel you, brother. Yeah. Okay, we just had a green bar ignored alert come in. Here we go. Perfect example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green bars in a row. We had a pause. There's your red bar. As soon as we traded above the high of that red bar, boom, that's when we got the alert. So it's a stock you might want to buy. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to be buying any stocks in this market right now until here's the S&P chart up here on the right. Until we see this kind of stabilize, I don't think I'd want to be buying any long stocks right now. Samantha, great to hear you're having a good day. Very good. That's what you're taking advantage of the technology of trade ideas. Look, the promise of trade ideas. And I talk to people all the time, like in a sales capacity, and we get a lot of people come to us thinking or wanting to be able to just turn trade ideas and have trade ideas make you all your money. But really, the people who get the most benefit out of the trade ideas software are people who know what they want. They have like their favorite setups or their favorite situations, right? They know what they want, and they use trade ideas software to leverage finding those situations easier, right? You let the software do all the hard work of screening out the stocks that you definitely don't want to trade, and then set it up so you get alerted so that you don't have to spend all day scanning hundreds or thousands of charts to find the best opportunities. Let the software do it for you. Those are the people who get the most out of trade ideas for sure. All right, good questions to start the day, folks. I noticed we've had a bunch of people log in since I've started at the top of the hour. So for those of you who just logged in, welcome. This is the live Q&A session. I'll be hosting this until the top of the hour. And this is your opportunity to ask questions about the software, and I'll do my best to answer them. So whatever you got, whatever you need, type your questions into the questions panel, and we'll take it from there. India, Sean, why not take some off the table? What you talking about, India? You talking about my open positions here? I've got my stop losses in place. That's all I'm worried about. If I get shaken out in every pullback, I won't be able to have an opportunity to ride big winners. A trade that I closed last week, big winner, Penn, I mean, look, I mean, it's selling off. I sold out on Friday right here, but I bought this thing back on July 27th and rode it for 3 months to a huge gain. But if I got shaken out in this pullback or this pullback or this pullback, I might not have made a whole lot of money, right? I got a plan. I got my stop losses. I manage my risk. I let the market do what the market's going to do. Hi, Angel. Welcome. You're trying to learn swing trading. Well, great. A couple of resources for you on trade ideas to help with swing trading. If in the channel bar along the left-hand side, we have a swing trading channel. Let me find it here. There it is, Swing Ideas. The Swing Ideas channel might help you find some good swing trade candidates. All of these alert windows that you see here are designed for swing traders to find good swing trading opportunities. That's one place. Another thing that is great, and this is something that I do, is I use the Holly AI to help me find swing trades. Now, the Holly AI, as currently constructed, is constructed in service of day trading. It's for people who want to put trades on and get out of them before the end of the day. But, and I say big but, let me put up my AI Swings channel here. Iris, this will answer your question too for swing trades. I use the Holly AI for swing trades, and I'll go through my process for you guys right now. I've built my own AI Swings channel. This is a custom channel, one that I've created for myself. Nothing special here really, guys. It's just 4 charts of different time frames. It's all the same ticker, but I got a monthly chart here, a weekly chart, a daily chart, and an intraday 5-minute chart. I got a random trend line here. Let's delete that. So I got that, and then this window here shows me all of the long trades that Holly has taken across all 3 Holly channels today. She's only done 1 long trade so far today. No surprise, right? The market's in sell-off mode. So my process at the end of every day, I usually do this at the last hour of the day, is I'll go through every single long trade that Holly did today. And right now we only have 1 to look at, so not much to look at. But I'll pull it up. It's Fossil. What I'm looking at is if Holly got into the trade, I'm interested. Why? Because the catalyst that got Holly into the trade to begin with could be a number of reasons. It could be stock made a new multi-year high, the stock crossed a key moving average, the stock saw an uptick of insider buying. There's hundreds of reasons why Holly will identify a catalyst to get into a trade. And that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint that we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, whatever that catalyst is, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. So me as a swing trader, if I see that Holly got into a trade, if that can skew the edges in my favor, 1 or 2%, if I could take a 50-50 trade and make it a 52-48 trade, right? 52% chance of winning, 48% chance of losing. As a trader, those are the edges we want to capitalize on. I know a 52% edge doesn't sound like a whole lot, but if you do enough of those trades over time, I promise you, you will come out ahead as long as you're exercising proper risk management, which is more art than science, of course. But if I see these Holly trades as having a little bit of an edge in my favor, and so I like to trade from the long side with on swing trades with stocks that were served up from Holly. So every day, at the end of the day, I'll cycle through all the long trades that she did, and I'll pick out the charts that look the best to me. So I'm usually just paying attention to the monthly chart and the weekly chart. I don't care about the daily chart or the 5-minute chart. I'm looking for long established trends. Okay, I want to see a monthly chart that goes from the bottom left to the upper right, and a weekly chart that is similar, bottom left to the upper right. To me, I want the wind in my sails. Okay, if the stock looks like this, I'm not interested in buying this stock for a swing trade. Yeah, the stock could go up for sure, but again, stacking edges in my favor. I want a trend in my favor. So that's where I get my swing trades. And in fact, I wrote a blog post about this. So Iris and Angel, this may help you. Let me find the link here real quick. And I'll share it with you. Just give me a sec. Where is it? There it is. Copy. Okay, I'm going to put it in the questions panel. Swing trading using Holly. There you go. So I just put the link in the chat window. Feel free to use that. I wrote that a while ago, but it's still relevant. I explain in there in pretty good detail how I swing trade using Holly. No, Esther, I don't really. I mean, when I'm looking for swing trading candidates, I'm not really paying attention to the moving averages. Really, the two biggest data points are: did Holly trade it? Yes. Okay, great. And then number two, do we have an upward trend? That's really all I care about. I'm not so worried about the moving averages. Moving averages are subjective, right? You might be looking at a 10-period moving average, and I could be looking at a 25-period moving average. Which one's right? Neither and both is the answer. Yeah, Angel, I can share my AI Swing channel. Bear with me here. I'm going to have to launch my Trade Ideas web on a different computer here. Let's see. Trade Ideas web. Stand by, folks. Stand by. Stand by. My YouTube is on one computer and my Trade Ideas is on another computer. So you see I just got logged off of Trade Ideas where you guys can see because I just logged in on a different computer. So let's go to load from cloud. AI swings. Oops, nope. Up here, AI swings. Okay, share, copy. Okay, Sean's AI Swings channel. There you go, folks. I just shared the cloud link for you in the chat window. So if you'd like to use this layout that I have here, feel free. For those of you who don't know how to load a link from the cloud, do this. Once you copy and paste, actually what you're going to have to do, because it's through YouTube, you'll have to click on that link that I shared, which is going to launch a web page. Once you've launched that web page, just go into the URL, the entire URL on the web page, and just copy it, Control-C or whatever you use to copy. And then in your TI menu bar, go here, go to File, Load from Cloud, and then paste that link right here in this white space where it says Import Shared Window, Layout, or Collaborate link. Paste it right there, hit load, and that will launch my layout on your screen if you'd like to use it. And if you want to keep it, just make sure you save the layout once you've launched it. Esther, which link is not loading for you? The Swing Trading Using Holly blog post that I shared, or the AI Swings channel? I'm going to guess it's the Swing Trading Using Holly. That link loads for me, Esther. I'm not sure why it doesn't load for you. I'm clicking on it right now and it's opening. In fact, if I go to a web page here, let's see. And this is what the page looks like. Just loaded for me, no problem. Leveraging artificial intelligence for swing trading outperformance. This is the blog post. It tells you exactly how I do it. No problem, Esther, no problem. Excuse me, folks, I just take advantage or take care of a little administrative thing here real quick. Okay, all right. All right, so the questions, oh, I'm sorry, I see one from Samantha. How much more does Trade Ideas cost to add Holly? So you'll need a premium subscription for Holly. A monthly subscription to a monthly premium subscription costs $228 per month. If you want to sign up for it here, I'll share a link with you. Give me a sec. Where is it? Boy, my computer is going real slow today. Both of my computers. What is going on here? You know what? It's telling me I need to update my Chrome browser. That's why things are going slow. My computer seems to have frozen. There we go. Okay, so Samantha, and this is really for anybody. I know there's a lot of people here who are not currently Trade Ideas subscribers, but are here to learn more about it. I'm going to share a link here. Subscribe to Trade Ideas. And if you use my promo code here, Chicago Sean, when purchasing, you're entitled to 15% off your first month if you do a monthly subscription. If you do an annual subscription, that's an even better deal. You could use that 15% off an annual subscription, and your effective monthly rate is dramatically cheaper. You just got to pay for the whole year up front. That's the only difference. But yeah, if you want to subscribe, use that promo code, Chicago Sean. That's me. You'll get 15% off. That's for new subscribers or new upgrades. So Samantha, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade to premium, you can do so with that promo code. So we got 30 minutes till the top of the hour. I'm here until then, and then at the top of the hour, I'm going to pass it back to Barry, and Barry in the live trading room will take you guys into the close. I think many of you were already with Barry, and you hung with me after Barry passed the baton over to me. Thank you for sticking around. While Barry is more of an active trader, and the trading room is, for people who want to, watch Barry trade and ask Barry trading questions. This particular hour here with me is meant for software related questions. So this is your opportunity, folks. Just gonna go back to my layout here. Let's see what has the market found its footing yet? Boy, here's my S&P chart here. It's a 15-minute chart. We've stopped going down, but we certainly haven't had any meaningful bounce yet. I think what I'm going to do here is restart my Chrome browser, because my Chrome browser is hanging pretty hard, so I'm not sure if I'm getting all of your questions. I'm going to open up a different browser with YouTube. There we go. Okay. Let's see all the stocks that are down the most today. We got PRPH. These are stocks down from their opening print of the day. This is not what they're down in total. This is just what they're down from the opening print. Wow. 3D Systems. Look at this thing. Opened at 740. It's down to 640. Things lost 12% intraday. I feel like it's lost more than that. A lot of stocks getting hurt today. Where's the bounce? Inquiry minds want to know, where's the bounce? Inquiring minds want to know. All right, we seem to have reached a lull in the action. We had a good pace to start this 1 hour session. As a reminder, this is your opportunity to ask questions of the software. So if you have anything, even if you think it's a stupid question or a silly question or a newbie question, I promise you, if you're wondering about it, there's somebody else on this call who's also wondering. So we could all benefit from your questions. So please throw them at me. Don't be shy. Marcus is asking, I need help creating a scanner that scans for stocks opening outside their daily Bollinger Band. Okay. That's a new one for me. Let's see what's going on. Let me see if I could find a Bollinger Band situation here. Oh, look, S&P just dropped, making new lows. Look at that. Heads up, everybody, heads up. Okay, search. So let's find all the Bollinger Band related filters that we have. And here you go. Position in Bollinger Bands. So you're asking, if I remember correctly, you're asking, you want to see stocks that are outside their daily Bollinger Band. So you would probably want to be using this position in Bollinger Bands. Now, I'm assuming you're agnostic as far as whether it's above the Bollinger Band or below, which is good. So what you would do is you would add this filter, position in Bollinger Band. And for a minimum, you would set it at 100. As a maximum, you would set minus 100. So I know that sounds a little weird. Let's click the little show me button to dig more into it. It's going to show me stocks where the price is at least 100% of the way above the lower Bollinger Band, which basically means it's above yesterday's high. And the price is at least 100% of the way below the lower Bollinger Band. I know that sounds a little weird, but trust me, that's going to show you stocks that are outside the band, on the daily band, okay? And if you want something sooner or quicker, you can do a 60-minute, 15-minute, or 5-minute time frame. But that's gonna show you all the stocks that are outside of the Bollinger Bands. Okay, well, if you're just doing upper band, no problem. Just don't worry about this. Get rid of the minus. And if we just set the minimum to 100, it'll show you. Show me stocks that the price is at least 100% of the way above the lower Bollinger Band. That's 100% of the range. So from low to high, it counts as 100%. So if it's 101%, then you're above the high. Hope that helps. Good question. I don't use Bollinger Bands a whole lot myself. So I've never, I don't know if that'll work for you. I think it will. But yeah. Yeah, Marcus, it'll show you with a top list, it'll scan the market in real time and it'll show you any stocks right now that are above the Bollinger Band. So whether it's, 2 minutes after the market opens or 2 hours after the market opens, it will show you right now whatever stocks are above the Bollinger Band. So if you're looking at it in the first 2 minutes of the day, you'll get what you need. Got a little jazz playing in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's been a jazz morning over here. You're welcome, Marcus. You're welcome. Thanks for the questions. Market wants lower, everybody. That's what it looks like. Of course, now that I said that, we're probably going to have a face-ripping rally into the close. From here all the way up. Fill the gap. We're going to go, the S&P is going to go from here all the way up, fill the gap. Wouldn't that be something? We've certainly seen that move before, haven't we? Oh, that's the sound of me getting filled on some trades. How about that? Some resting orders. There's another one. All right. Wow. Like I said at the top of this call, we don't usually get, it's been a long time since I've had a market sell-off Monday where we can talk about a sell-off market during this live Q&A. Hasn't happened in a long time. I feel like it hasn't happened in a really long time. You know what? We had a sell-off last Monday, didn't we? But I wasn't doing it last Monday. I switched with Jamie last week. I was traveling last Monday, and so Jamie and I switched days. I did the Q&A on Thursday last week, so we might have had one last week. I think we did have one last week, but I wasn't here to participate, so it's been a while. By the way, we've added some new channels recently. I don't know if anybody has noticed, but added some new channels here. This EV related channel. This is a channel that's going to dial you into stocks in the electronic car and battery space. There's been a lot of action here lately. I mean, look, we got Nikolai and SQM, Lithium. I'm sorry, it's Livent. My bad. But all of these stocks have some kind of relation to the electronic car market. There's been a lot of activity here, right? Workhorse has been been a wild mover over the last few months. So the EV related channel is pretty cool. There was another channel recently added here. Where was it? Oh, the Momentum. This has quickly become a favorite for a lot of people. People who like to trade intraday stocks, momentum stocks. This one has been serving up some good action. And all these channels here on Trade Ideas, I should point out, none of these channels are magic, okay? They're really just intended to serve two purposes. One, they're quick reference. If you need something, if you want to find a quick battery related trade, you go to the EV channel. If you need to see the pre-market action, you go to the pre-market channel. If you want to find stocks that are in the marijuana space, you can go to the Weed Watchers channel. That's a good reference place. And it's also good for people who are either new to Trade Ideas or new to trading altogether, and they don't really know what it is that they need or want. These channels can just show you different ways to use the different features of the platform, and you might find a multi-strategy window that you find useful, like this one, or maybe you find an alert window, there's gap movers that you like. And you could just take these windows, save them to your cloud. Every Trade Ideas subscriber has a cloud account with unlimited storage. If I liked this gap movers and I wanted to add this to one of my own custom layouts, instead of reinventing the wheel, I could just right click, save or share to cloud. There it is. It's called gap movers. Go ahead and hit save. And now this little gap movers window is in my cloud. And if I want to go to one of my custom layouts, let's open up my AI swings layout. And if I wanted to add that window, that gap movers, to one of my custom layouts and put it in some of this blue space here, all I need to do then is just click on the My Cloud button in my channel bar, or in my TI menu bar, I can go up to File, Load from Cloud. They take me to the same place. They take me right here. And the thing I most recently saved right there at the top, gap movers. I just saved that to my cloud just seconds ago. Just highlight it, click Load, and look at that. It'll open up here in my layout. I could find a home for it, resize it, do whatever I want with it. And then if I want this to stay here, if I want this to be a permanent fixture on this particular layout that I've got, I just need to remember to save my layout, save my work, and then it'll always be here. And how do we save layouts? Just go to File, Save Layout, and give it a name. Q&A layout. There, I just gave it a name. I'll hit save. And now I can load this anytime, and it'll look just like this. Samantha, the bullish stocks under 20 moving them fast is your all-time favorite scanner. Excellent, excellent. I'm glad that works for you. You know, there's a lot of good out-of-the-box scans and alerts on these channels that you're welcome to use. You could use them as is, or you can add your own custom tweaks to it. But I'm glad you're finding what works for you, Samantha. That's awesome. Mr. R cost, is the default settings different from the cloud? Your apples and oranges, two different things. The cloud, all this is this. These are items that you've saved to your cloud. When you first start a Trade Idea subscription, there'll be nothing in here. This is completely empty. It's your cloud. Only you have access to it. All these things that I see, that I have in here now, these are things that I have saved. I have proactively gone in and saved every one of these things. And I got things in here to go back many years. And look here, 2017. You'll never lose anything in your cloud. You could delete things from your cloud if you want. Like I could select this Alpha Predator 50 million, hit the delete key, or just hit delete right here. That'll delete that particular alert from my cloud. But otherwise, if you don't actively delete it, they'll stay here for as long as you stay active with Trade Ideas. But when you first start with Trade Ideas, you'll have nothing in your cloud. These are just all things that I've saved actively myself. Now, what you might be talking about with default is a lot of times when you're saving a layout, if I go in here and hit File, Save Layout, you can have a default layout, right? Which is like the layout that'll open every time you launch Trade Ideas. Maybe that's what you saw that threw you off. Boy, S&P just looks sick today. Wow. Where's the bottom? Are we still going to BTFD? Buy the F and dip? If you are, this would feel like a good place to do it. But boy, market is heavy today. Heavy. My swing trades are not looking too hot. Let's pull up my open positions. Mind you, folks, all these are demo trades. This is not real money. You can see here I'm connected to the Trade Ideas simulated trading. For those of you who are unaware, you can do simulated trading in Trade Ideas. You can trade live with Interactive Brokers, or you can do simulated trading, which is what I am connected to. I use the simulator to demonstrate the capabilities of the platform to people like you on this Q&A, as well as people I do one-on-one sessions with. Charlie, no. Trade Ideas does not have options data. We have very limited options data. In fact, I'll show you the entirety of our options data. If I go into a top list, go into the search tab and just type in options. This is the entirety of the options data that we have. All this options data really is just intended to offer color to an equities trader. You're not going to find option specific, strike specific data or expiration specific data, volatility data, spreads data. You're not going to find any of that on Trade Ideas. So no, Trade Ideas software is not going to serve up any options trades. However, Trade Ideas software can certainly instruct you to get into some good options trades, depending on what kind of options trader you are. If you're just using options to make directional bets, if you're just buying calls when you're bullish and you're buying puts when you're bearish, well, Trade Ideas can serve you the same way it serves an active stock trader. It could highlight stocks that are setting up on your parameters that you like to trade, and you can get alerted when the time is right to make a trade, and then you go ahead and make an options trade. Okay. But if you're looking to do hardcore options trading and spreads and all that stuff, Trade Ideas is not built for that. It's built for stock traders. Oh, yeah, penalty. Penalty. You spelled my name wrong. Penalty. S-E-A-N. Come on now. I'm kidding. It's all right. It's all right. I hear you. I hear your advocation. I don't think it's going to happen though. Multi-strategy windows. I mean, you can do it. You just have to do it manually. All a multi-strategy window is just a collection of multiple alert windows. So you just got to add the multiple alert windows to Brokerage Plus, and you could trade those strategies individually. I know it might save you some time, but nope, I don't think that's on the roadmap. You just got to add the alert windows individually. You can do it. Believe me, I know you can do it. And yeah, oh yeah, I'm paying attention. Nice try. Our cost, Trade Ideas, the only brokerage that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus is Interactive Brokers. It does not, you cannot do it with Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade, or anyone else. The only brokerage right now that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas is Interactive Brokers. Now you can link your Trade Ideas platform to TOS, for what's called external linking, where whenever you pull up a symbol on Trade Ideas, like if I click on the CRNC and I bring up the charts here, that will also simultaneously load CRNC wherever you need it to load on Thinkorswim so that you can make a quick trade. You can do that. It's called external linking. And the way you do that is you go into your TI menu bar up here, you go to Tools, External Linking, and you click Add Link, and then you follow these on-screen instructions to get a link to Thinkorswim. But no, you can't do any live trading with Thinkorswim. All right, folks, we're starting to round the corner here. I got as many as 10 minutes left to hang out with you. So if you got any more questions, now's the time to throw them in here so we can properly discuss them. Otherwise, when we're done, I'm going to pass you back to Barry in the live trading room, and Barry will take you all the way to the close. Kareem, welcome to Trade Ideas. I recommend everybody use the downloaded version. The downloaded version always has all the tools and always gets updated first. Always has the latest and greatest features. So if you have the ability, if you got a PC, you want to use the downloadable version. That's my preference. That's what you're seeing here on my screen right now. Well, Marcus, those are, logic, okay. The Bollinger Band filter that we talked about before, it's going to show you all stocks right now that are above. Now, if you want to see the stocks that opened, let's try something else here. Let's open up a top list window, and let me show you a little trick. I'm going to type in Bollinger Band. I'm going to do position in Bollinger Band. I'm going to add that filter. I'm going to set the minimum to 100, so the stocks have to be above the Bollinger Band, right? That's the only filter I'm adding, nothing else. So I'm just going to go ahead and launch this window. And so here it is. Here's this top list. I don't know why it's called open positions at the top. Let me just change that real quick. Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Band. Okay, so I got this little top list here. And right now it's showing me, you know what else I need to fix? I don't know why I just did this default. Let's do all stocks, all symbols. Okay. All right, so right now this is showing me all stocks that are currently above their Bollinger Band. So here's DNKN. Oh yeah, huge gap today. So certainly that's above all Bollinger Bands. But if you want to see just the stocks that opened above the Bollinger Band, you could use the history function on the top list. So check this out. If I right click anywhere in this window, go to time frame and use historical date, what I could do is I could set the time. For me, the market, I'm in the mountain time zone. I'm in Colorado. So for me, the market opens at 7:30. So let's set this at 7:35 a.m. right? This is going to show me a snapshot of what this window looked like at 7:35, well, between 7:35 and 7:39. Let's actually change that. Let's do 7:30. So there you go. So from 7:30 to 7:35, this is the first 5 minutes of the day. We can only do it in 5-minute chunks, not 2-minute chunks. But in the first 5 minutes of the trading day, these are all the stocks that were above their Bollinger Band. Okay, this doesn't take any consideration how they're trading right now. It just shows you where they opened. And if I look at all these charts, a lot of these stocks did have gap ups. So certainly they're trading above their Bollinger Band. All right, Marcus, I hope that made sense. Kareem wants to know, good link to get started with trade idea. That's a great question, and I do have a good link for you. Let me find it real quick. It's our 20 lessons in 20 days link. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, found it. Copy. Kareem, this is a good link for you right here. 20 lessons in 20 days. That's a good starting point for anyone new to trade ideas. Certainly get the ball rolling for you. And of course, if you go to our YouTube channel, I mean, you're kind of here right now. Just click on the Trade Ideas button there in YouTube. You'll come to our channel. We've got all kinds of how-to videos, both short and long, for every feature of the platform. Just go in there and search for whatever feature you're looking for. We also have TI University classes, TI University 101, 201, 301, and 401. They're archived. They're classes that we recorded, and they're great ramp up to get you started with the platform. So certainly check those out. You're welcome, Kareem. You're welcome. And by the way, welcome to Trade Ideas, if I didn't say that before. I know you're new here. I see you, Barry. Awesome. We'll be wrapping up here in a second here. So Barry's ready to go in the live training room, folks. So last call for questions. If anybody's got any last minute questions, we've had a good pace today so far. A lot of good questions. So thank you, everybody, for that. But this is your last call for questions. And then I'm going to pass you back to Barry. All right. Last question came in from Marcus. Do you guys have support for Canadian market? Yes, we do have Canadian market data. If you go into any alert window or top list, a config window, and you go to the exchanges tab, you can see all the exchanges we have available. And yes, we have the Toronto Stock Exchange, TSX Venture. So you can get data from the Canadian exchanges. Now, the Canadian exchanges data is a little bit limited. I don't believe you're going to get charts of those stocks. There's a few other data points that don't get shown, but you can still build alerts on them, and it can be useful. And in fact, if you stick around once I complete this call here, Barry, who will take over in the live trading room, he's Canadian, and he occasionally trades Canadian stocks, so he might be a good guy to ask. And so with that, folks, I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks for all the questions. This has been great. Come on back tomorrow. We do this every trading day, noon Eastern. We have a different voice every day of the week. I usually do Mondays. Tomorrow will be Steve. Wednesday is Michael. Thursday is Jamie. Friday is Andy. Come on back. We all have different levels of experience. We all have different skill sets and knowledge bases. So You can learn something different from everybody. So hope to see you all later in the week. Happy trading day, everybody, and go out there and buy the dip. Talk to you later.
At around 253. Put a price alert here. If it does fire, I'm going to see what sort of volume it fired on, and who knows, maybe it can get close to 3 again. And that is for MCEP, which is funny. It's at the area that I thought would stall. Now it popped right through it, but it has come back. This is the area I thought it might stall in the first place. That's what Real said. Keurig just introduced a new machine that will use their pods to make mixed drinks. That's what Real said. We have to buy a new machine. Ah. Oh, excuse me, guys. Man, that's very rude of me. Momo. Well, Momo was unbelievable at the beginning, and now it's Chop City. I mean, when the market opened, it just ripped higher. But I mean, what do I think of it? For what? By intraday? I mean, intraday, your guess is as good as mine. It's just chopping up and down. As a longer term trade, but you need the market on your side. This is a China stock, right? Yeah, it's a China stock. I mean, it has a ton of room looking left, yes. And what did it get to? It got up to 1570. So, I mean, I guess if it can take a 1570 again, it has a lot of room looking left. But, right now, it's just, directionless. Still not shortable. Yeah, still no shorts available for Codex. IWM, it's the Russell 2000. I don't know. Performance of small cap sector. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not a good barometer for the small caps. But of course, what we're looking for. Oh, I see. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea if MCEP is part of that 2000. Yeah, I have no idea. Well, guys, I am going to do a video such as it is today. I only have, it's not so much I want to talk about my trade. I've only in one trade, but just talk in general about the market and, of course, our trade of the week. Okay, so I will, contrast this to last Monday. Do you remember last Monday? We had all those China fins that were just going crazy, and we had PBI. I mean, it was such an awesome day. And it was a great week. I mean, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday, we had those China fins were going crazy. So many of them. I'll probably do a Google search, Bern. I mean, just literally do a search. What stocks make up the IWM? I mean, I'm sure somewhere in this vast internet, you'll get your answer. But guys, if you want to subscribe to my market recap, click on my home page link right there, and watch the daily market recap videos. So you can click here and you can subscribe to them. So I do them now, usually done by about 1:20, and usually about an hour after they get sent out via email. All right, everybody, I will now put myself on mute. Oh, well, before I do that, let me put the announcement in. Trade of the week was sent out, yes. If you didn't get it, just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so yeah, the trade of the week is PRTS. Okay, now if you didn't get it for some reason, I suggest that you go to our homepage and say, hey, listen, I didn't get the trade of the week, and give them your email, and they'll look at your account and try to figure out why. All right? No, it's just one, just the Monday one. All right, everybody, I will put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, my guess is more COVID related, but it's probably a bit of a combination of both. But I would say probably more COVID related, and then yeah, the uncertainty of what's going to happen next week. TR, what I would do, yeah, I would wait to the end of the month because are you talking about an annual subscription? Yeah, so I would wait to the end of the month. I don't think there's any mad rush for you to take a because I'm assuming you want to take a look at the AI. I don't think there's any mad rush right now. All right, Vicky, I know you think you're being funny. The entry, no, it didn't reach its bottom. The bottom is the rising 20 SMA, which is right there. So it has not actually reached the bottom. Now it's a wide stop. You're talking about as we speak, about a little over $1.50 stop. The trigger was 1365. But again, if you were in the room early, if you were in the room in the pre-market, I was saying I don't think anybody has to rush in to get it. And I didn't know the market was going to do this, but the market had already gapped down quite a bit in the pre-market. So I said, I don't think there's any rush. Now, admittedly, it did have this little pop, but on very little volume, and then it's just falling with the rest of the market. There is no news on this one. There's no catalyst, new news catalyst. That's not earnings. It's not. There's no other news catalyst. So, to me, this is just a stock that is going to follow the rest of the market. Boy, this is really. No, we're going to touch 1,000 on the Dow. Oh, I don't think it has not come back. It's been coming back. In my man, listen, I mean, the stats this has been, going and going. Look at COP, COP. Listen, you're on your own on any sort of a swing. I mean, listen, I don't try to counsel anybody, but swinging in this market environment is going to be risky. I'm not saying there's not one or two or 10 or 100 stocks that might work well, but I just think swinging in this market environment is just risky. We don't know. I mean, this week is probably going to be very choppy. Next week for sure. So, And the other thing, yeah, we forgot about the stimulus. I haven't even thought about the stimulus. Still no stimulus. There you go. Now everybody type in cash because there is a stock called cash. No idea, Drora. Some will say one thing, some will say another thing. So no idea. All right, so this has now been changed. I noticed it's been changed. DSS is now showing up, so I actually sent that information. Not that it helps right now, but yeah, so DSS now, remember it said November 9th, I believe. There's just too much uncertainty. Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully you're not taking offense when I say I don't think there's anything to swing. you know. But of course, you have to recognize that that's coming from somebody who doesn't swing trade very often at the best of times. But I mean, listen, there are other people who swing a lot, like way more than I do, and they may have a different opinion. They might throw things out, but I mean, look at this market. I mean, I think a lot of us, I kind of thought, okay, maybe this is going to put in a little bit of a base here. We're getting bigger, we're getting wider and wider candles. I mean, this is just a sell-off in every single sector. The only sector that is, and this is just mildly positive, is gold. I mean, it's up 4 cents, you know. Yeah, even William. Well, I don't like buying knives. I know what you mean, but today is just just relax, everybody. Just relax, and again, don't have to be so anxious to be in a trade or trade at all today. I mean, to me, I mean my temptation is, well, let's just short this. You know? I mean, look at this 15. Let's just short it. Oh, I know it's too late. No, no, I understand it's too late. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to short it. But, with the market just continuing, you do this. Trading the SPY. I don't think there's any. It's just another symbol. I don't trade the SPY, so I'm not aware of anything specific about trading the SPY that would prevent you from. Or cause you pause. Under Armour. Under Armour. Look at Under Armour. Oh, I can remember when Under Armour signed Jordan Spieth. If you know golf at all, he was the wonder kid for a while. And Under Armour. Ah, that's right. Well, they did that weirdness, so I can't show you, but it was almost $100. I pity any company doing an IPO this. Are there any IPOs? I'm sure there must be some IPOs this week, but I do pity any company trying to do an IPO. Even last week now, the Friday ones. Let's see if there's anything that might be interesting. You know what? There are a ton of IPO. Wow, I wonder if some of them get canceled. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I could do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I see 17 IPOs. Now, some of them are these crazy SPACs. So what did I say, 17? So I see one at least. I'm going to see one. You know what? It's hard to tell some of these SPACs now. I see at least 2. There's probably more. 3. I don't see Ride today. I do not see any IPO today. Not saying it didn't happen, I just don't see it. Yeah, who's in this one? I have no idea who is in this one. I don't mean who in the room. I just don't even see it listed. Was this one of those direct to market? Yeah, that's not going to be listed in. Yeah, that won't be listed on a U.S. exchange. Oh, I see. So it's not really an IPO. So that's the SPAC DPH. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you, Rob. Well, what I have here is 954 minus 954 on the SPY. Boy. Well, PRTS, it's possible it'll get stopped out. Now, stopped out in that understanding that we have statistics now that we're keeping on the trades of the week that go back to, I think, the first week of April. And so if the trade of the week triggered either Monday or Tuesday, then it becomes part of the statistics. If it doesn't trigger, so for instance, if this had not done this, triggered at 1365, if it just, drifted down today and tomorrow, then it wouldn't be part of the statistics. But the stop is right there, 1203. It's the rising 200 SMA. That is the stop. Now, if you got in this one today, I would not be waiting for the stop. I didn't think that was that Lordstown. I think WK, I didn't think so. Yeah, well, that's one of the inverses. Yeah, one of the inverses, FNGD. So market goes down, FNGD goes up. So if you can't short stocks, but you want to kind of buy something that can take part in the overall short of the market, this is one of them. Meanwhile, LLNW, not an all-time low, but it's had a horrible day on last week, or on Friday, I think was an earnings play. Actually, it was an earnings play. Oh, I remember I mentioned this one earlier. It looked like it was having a nice little run, but look at it now, GRTX. Man. Now, if you're not used to trading, just sit this out. This is so choppy. I don't mean this specific one. And yes, I know there are individual stocks that somebody's going to say, wow, but look at this one. But overall, not so much choppy now. It's just been chopping down. But look at this one. Look at DSS. Look at it. All right, so maybe a little green bar, maybe. I doubt it. My poor old swing trade. I'm long gone, of course. IPOB. IPOC is still not giving, well, I wouldn't expect anything happening today, but still want to get into this at some point. Maybe towards the end of the year. I don't know. Things maybe settle down a bit. There's one that's kind of moving. Intercom community. Wow, ever moving. Look at this one. This is flying in the face of everything. ETM. I mean, it's gone positive. You know, at one point it was quite a bit negative. It has gone positive, just a straight shot up. It's not a low float. 113 million in the float. Where are they out of? All right, guys. I'm just taking a look at some emails I'm getting. All right, guys, I am really coasting. There's not a lot happening. The things I'm looking at. I traded one stock today, yes. I didn't call it out or anything. I did something completely on my own. It worked out actually okay, but I did not, I just took it. Can't remember why I took it. No, I mean, obviously I liked it, but yeah, a little socket spike. So it's been doing pretty well. I know you guys have been talking about it. Had a huge day on Friday. I think this was an earnings play. All right, guys. So here is a little pop actually for GOVX. Not a little one, but some volume coming in. GOVX. Yeah, some good volume coming in actually. Well, I'm not convinced there's going to be a bounce. If the SPY can get over 337, take this or actually this area right there, 330, yeah, 337.50 or so, maybe. Then there's a lot of resistance right here. If it can take that out, maybe we'll have a bit of a bounce. Yeah, there were other issues that we had to deal with regarding the test drive, Vicky, but they've been resolved. So we could not have done it without getting these other issues resolved. It had nothing to do with not wanting to have one. Good night, Mr. Real. Yeah, DSS. I mean, if you can get around all this, chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, maybe if it can take out say 681 or so, get rid of this. I mean, it still has this area 7, but look at this. Remember, it has that 200-day moving average. So even if it takes this out and it takes this out, if it can somehow do that, get some volume, it might be a struggle to get through that 200-day moving average, which is 717. What did it get up to? See, it got within, it looks like 8 cents. Yeah, 9 cents of it earlier. Look at this daily chart, SSNT. Look at this daily chart, guys. Look at these topping tails, mainly topping tails, you know. Buyers so enthusiastic, crash. Enthusiasm, crash. Enthusiasm, crash. Yeah, I mean, RAD, if it can get out of this, 1061 or so, right up here, there's a high right there. I mean, it has another high here, but yeah, I mean, if it can clear somehow, probably not today, but it's having a decent day. You know, so talking about potential swing trades, I mean, look at Rite Aid. It's kind of interesting. You know, I mean, it's not caring too much what the market is doing. Earnings are past it. All right, so some of my bouncers here in my bouncers toppers shared list, we are starting to see a little bit of a bounce. If we can trust this. Even Nordstrom's having a bit of a bounce. But these are not huge. I mean, you know, there's $13, $13.29. I mean, it's not like these are huge, huge bounces. You know, a huge bounce to me for a Nordstrom would be off 13 and then, you know, getting up to this area where it looks like there's pretty decent resistance around 13 area. That would be a good bounce. All right, now maybe time to, I mean, it depends what the market does. I mean, can we believe that it's going to continue to rally a little bit? PRTS, I mean, it looks like it's trying to rally off the bottom. I mean, at this point, taking this trade right here, you've got a tighter stop now. The stop is around 1203. Remember, this is a rising to 20 SMA on the daily chart. So that's about 1204. So if you were to take this trade right now, to share size accordingly, let's just say that's about $1 stop. If you're willing to risk, a couple $100, $300 on the trade, you could take 200 to 300 shares. That's how that would work. It's tempting. You even have a little cross there. So there's even a little cross here, one here at 1280, 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart crossing over the 20 SMA, and also here now, 1288. So a couple little crosses here, 8 EMA crossing over the 20 SMA. And you can just see, I mean, it's moving with the market. And a little bit of volume coming into PRTS. Oh yeah, this one, ZDGE from last week, last Friday. Yeah, a lot of volume. Pretty good volume. I mean, it had... It's 1 million shares on Friday. It had, what, over 40 million. I think this is the key area, guys. I mean, if it can... A key area. What's the SPY? Right there is about... It's right around there. So let's take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. Again, we're only trying to play maybe some small bounces. 337.30. So it's right there. The next area would be right up here. Obviously we can get a couple more candles getting into this area. A little bounce place from here to there might work out okay. I don't think they're going to be huge bounces, but as I say, parts is moving, guys. PRTS is moving. Parts is moving, guys. Okay, now be careful. This is a red bar right now. Let's see how big it is. I mean, if it just takes all this out, then forget about it. I might be the dreamer. Well, I can't press the buy button for people, but I can only talk. But look at this red bar, guys. I mean, this narrow body right now. But just be so aware. I mean, nothing wrong with a red bar if the body is narrow. But there's 13 minutes for this to close, so. Now, it'll be phenomenal if this comes all the way back to the trigger 1365 somehow. It's just right now a little bit of a war. Okay, so that's now just a narrow green bar. Can this continue and then it takes this out? I mean, we could get a nice rally. Well, this might be the rally. This might be the rally right here. We're not talking about a rally into the close or anything. Just maybe this is I mean this is arguably a half hour going on 35-minute rally. Which is giving us some little bounce plays. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute just for, what time is it? 2:06. I'll be back at about 2:10. All right, I'm back. And yeah, Casa, somebody mentioned Casa. No, we don't even, we have no, okay, that's got to be wrong. Let me just see here. Let's say we have no information about Casa. There we go. Not on mute now. It shouldn't be anyway. So guys, on this trade of the week, it doesn't really matter what I'm doing on it, but on the trade of the week, you can see that it's, the trigger was 1365. So let's see what happens tomorrow. I mean, if we get a nice rally in the market tomorrow, this could get back up to the trigger. The trade has not been stopped out, even if you took it today at 1365. It has not been stopped out, so it is still valid. And no, not to dwell too much on this, but I mean, this as an example, here's how these crosses can work. In this particular case, obviously they work pretty well. But there's that 8 EMA. It's expanded a bit so you see exactly what I'm talking about. And you can put this on your charts if you want. That orange line is the 8 EMA. Blue line is a 20 SMA. When we get a cross up, that can signify a potential long. In this case, obviously, that's what happened. Okay, you're going to need some market help, and we got the market help. But that's one of the reasons why the cross happened too. But also, so there it is on the 2-minute chart at say 1279, okay? Then here's the 5-minute chart. And what do we see? Here's a cross on the 5-minute chart. So what did I say? This was 1279 on the 2, and this was, a little bit, what was that, 9 cents. Say 9 cents, 8 to 9 cents away. But there's a cross here, so sort of a confirmation. And as Real likes to say, if you took the cross on the 2-minute, you could have added more right there. And let's just take a look at what it looks like on the 15. See, even on the 15, hasn't crossed yet, but look at what it's trying to do. Look at that 8 EMA, look at the 20 SMA, look at that 8 EMA coming up, 20 SMA coming down. I mean, it could even cross here in the 15s. 8 EMA and 20 SMA on all time frames. So 8 EMA and 20 SMA. And you can put them right on our charts. Well, I'm not sure it has a target. I mean, well, what did it say? Did you get the email? I'm just trying to find the email. I don't think there's there's no target. There is no target. But If you look at the chart, to me there'd be quite a bit of resistance here. Now, I'm not saying that's a target, but you'd have to be aware of 1532. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. Well, I'm just watching the SPY here, guys. I mean, on this, PRTS, it's following the SPY almost candle by candle now, which is not good. I shouldn't say it like that. You don't want something following the market so closely. You want to have something like the PVI last week. It did not follow NIO the week before. Not following, didn't care what the market was doing. Well, that was a bit of a fake. Remember GeoVX a little while ago looked like it was going to pop up, had the volume, good volume came in, lots of volume came in. Boom. And it just didn't do it. Yeah, I mean, relative to the overall SPY, sure. Was it down? Some issues here. Yeah, I mean, it's up 2 cents. Okay, guys. Time is it? 2:23. Whoa. I don't think so, Jay. I mean, you're talking about just having a business, just being able to, so you can write off things in your business, but you're not. But you're not having your broker's license. You're not managing money for anybody else, right? That is my interpretation. But you don't have a license. You don't have a license. I mean, this is just literally. I know a lot of people. That's what they do. They create a business, and so they can funnel everything through their business. All right, guys. What is this doing? Can it take out 30? Boy, we're getting really close to the trigger again. I never thought it would get this close. But look at the SPY. SPY is helping immensely on the trade of the week. Okay, guys, I'm just I'm just kind of waiting now to see what happens with this one. Seeing if the SPY can really now take this area out. Is right. That was the other area that I was saying that if it can take this out right here, you can see that bit of a little shelf right there on the 15-minute chart. If it can do that, I mean, then we've got, we will have an hour now from that bottoming tail. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'd have an hour of a bit of a pull-up. Yeah, there is the VWAP. I didn't even look at the VWAP. Yeah, for parts 1342. It did pop above it, 1349, 1350. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut this room down at 3, or maybe even earlier. But closing the room around 3, that is what I'm going to say. So if you have any questions for me, please ask them now. Just remember to take the extra. My thoughts on HYLN. There's a question I have from the YouTube feed. Well, man, disaster, obviously. I mean, I know they did this was the SPAC. But, since it became HYLN, it had a little spurt. I mean, it's just been really trounced. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for. Are you looking for a swing trade or, I mean, it's just really in disarray now, HYLN. I've seen this one. I keep thinking I should be shorting it. It's not shortable. Actually, it was shortable earlier or other days when I looked at it, but it's not shortable right now for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, there's nothing in this that would get me to buy it. I mean, it's just, I know at the beginning of the day, it looked like it was going to try to pop up, but the YouTube link, you don't have to be there now. It's only, I mean, if you want to stay in this room, I mean, that's fine. I mean, this is I always call it the more robust room. More traders, more interactivity. way easier for me to give people links and things. So YouTube is only really if you, actually, I guess if you just wanted to listen to me, you don't care about seeing my screen. You can see my screen in the YouTube feed. They see everything and they hear me. It's just that there's just not the interaction. I don't think it's delayed. I don't think it is delayed. I mean, depends on your computer connection, I believe. You know, because this is what they're seeing, you know, so if I click on a symbol, you know, it changes just the same. So I don't think it really, okay. I thought it really was dependent. Maybe the audio could be. Anyway, I mean, that's why, maybe the audio. Well, you just saw what I did though. I clicked on the alert and it immediately, and that's what they see. And it almost immediately, it changes the same here. The audio might be a couple of seconds behind, which is why, you know, some, for some reason, maybe not be able to see my screen as well. So they could use the YouTube feed for that and listen to me in the room. I don't think it's 10 seconds though. I don't think it is. But I may be wrong. Really, it is 10 seconds. Really? Okay, well, there you go. So are you talking about the audio or are you talking about the video, talking about the projection also, or just the audio? Really? So maybe, you know, because it's on my computer, but, you know, I'm clicking and there it is. Oh well. All right, guys, we do have a red bar here. We do have one. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that we're going to maintain this rally into the close. Well, yes and no, Paul. So, oh, I can actually. I can actually do this. I'm going to show you what I give out to our Canadian our Canadian investors, our Canadian subscribers. Let me just find the document. Okay. So this is what I send out. Okay. I'm going to put it. I'll put it in the off topic. So, you know, you can do exactly everything here. You can set up filters so you only see a certain price range. So stock has to be up a certain amount, minimum volume, all like you can set up everything up exactly the same. Now, what isn't, and you might say, well, that's crazy. But if you read what I posted, you will not see the price and you will not see the volume, but you'll get the real-time alert. Now, typically, you know, I don't ever look, you know, when I see this, I don't really even see this. I mean, I see it, but I don't really care because what I'm doing is I'm clicking on the alert and then I'm looking at my time and sales. And that's, you know, and that's of course when I see my, the price and I can see my volume in the broker's platform. Not that I really care about the volume because I've got a minimum volume. So I know it's going to meet the requirement. So it's all real-time data. It's just that you can't see some of it. But you have to have, I mean, you're going to have to be using your broker's charts anyway because we don't support Canadian data in our charts here. So that's what I'm saying is that when you click on the alert, you'll have to have, you know, your broker's charts loaded. And that, of course, is when you're going to see all the information that you need. All right, guys. Listen, what time is it? 2:42. Yeah, this was not like last Monday. Very. I mean, look at this. I mean, at 102, I had an alert at UA for Under Armour. Price was 12.13. You know, look what it's done. Nothing. No, you're welcome, Max. You too. Have a great day. Or end of the day. Still maybe somewhat interested in trying to swing this one, this Corsair CRSR IPO last month. I actually was in this one, but I got out. I mean, it's not bad. It just has to take this out. All right, guys. Well, I may wrap it up a little early. I'll always stick around if there are questions. All right, guys, we are in mini drift mode right here. If it takes this out right there on the SPY, this might be the end of that little hour long of a little bit of a move up. Might be the end. All right, guys, listen, I don't see any other questions. I think we're just about at the end of my tether, as they say. So, are there any other questions? You too, Thomas. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no, no. Okay. I think that's a wrap, guys. I know it's a little bit early, about 14 minutes early, but no point in sticking around, I don't think. Okay, guys, thanks again for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, AM. So have a great evening, everyone, and we shall see you tomorrow.